lost my summer love, swept away by the waves of this tight heart. Amor, guarda lo que siento dentro escondido, escondido. Amor, quema lo que siento, fuego para el frío, para el frío. I see golden chains of love. I've climbed the highest mountains. I've heard the loudest thunder.
Namaste, Dosto. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, friends. What's up, Tanya?
Namaste, Robert. That was very impressive.
I've been working on it, so I just had to bring it out for the last day of Rapid here in the Open event.
It is a big day of Rapid, and the players also need to be super impressive. Only 3 games. Let's bring up our standings in just moments from now. We will have the chess action. Let's start with seeing where the players are before we go into the first round of the day. And Robert, this is what the scene at the National Library of Kolkata, it looks like. We've got a sole leader at 4.5 points, Maxime, and he just played beautiful chess yesterday.
Oh, he played fantastic chess. It was sort of a reversal of day one when he received some good fortune, but he is in first place, a clear half point ahead of Timur Radjabov. But that's where the separation begins, because a half point between first and second, then a full point away from third. So Vidit Gujrati's had a huge impact. He has 3 points out of 6 games on the standings. He beat Radjabov to allow MVL up front. He also lost that game to Maxime, which has Maxime in first place.
And these players are 3 points, right? Pragg, Vidit, Grischuk, Gukesh, they've got to score big to shuffle up the standings because of that 1 point difference that you mentioned between Raja and the rest of the field, and they've got to start doing it now. With just 3 games in the final day, it is time for action. Let's bring up the pairings and take a look at the matchups for round 7, and we start with Arjun against tournament leader Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What are your predictions in this one, Robert?
Putting me on the spot. I feel like Maxime, he's been so steady in day 2. I think he brings into day 3, he'll make a draw.
Robert predicting a draw. Raja against Gukesh. Raja is so much in form in this tournament. He's also kept it really consistent. He lost the first game and then a string of victories after that. Gukesh, meanwhile, he's one of those 3-point placements. He's super motivated to get the points going. I'm going to say advantage Gukesh in this one.
Okay, with the black pieces, that would be a big win for Gukesh and would lift him towards the top of the standings. And I think we do have lift off in these games. The games are just beginning here in Kolkata. So the players, a lot at stake for them. And here we see the beginning of Arjun against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Let's do a quick dive into the openings. On all the 5 boards, the players have taken center stage at the National Library as the audience is coming in, and that is the tournament leader Maxime with the black pieces against Arjun, who's had an up and down tournament.
He has. He's had some misfortune. That game against Grischuk comes to mind. But here we see a player who has received some fortune against Grischuk. Timur Radjabov was the recipient of a queen blunder. And Gukesh, I can never believe he's just 17 years old. He always seems so poised at the board.
And this is a matchup that the Indian fans are super excited about. Let's get chat involved. What do you think will be the outcome between Vidit and Pragg in that one? What I found really fascinating was when we had Vidit, and he said he's really looking forward to playing against Pragg because Pragg is playing the best chess of his life right now. So for Vidit, it's very inspiring to actually play an opponent who is playing some scintillating games, and we've got liftoff in that one as well. But let's start with the tournament leader.
Sorry, I just played a game of cat and mouse where I was switching boards and they were catching up with me. But this is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Arjun Erigaisi. The last move played, this knight out to b5, a very direct threat against the pawn on c7. Tanya, this looks like obscure opening play to me.
And I think that's exactly what Arjun needs. It's it smells of preparation because look at that clock situation. Arjun, with more time on the clock than what he started with, he's managed to get Maxime, one of the biggest theoreticians, into an early think with this move knight to b5, a small but also a big threat. On the board, you're threatening to just fork the king and the rook with knight c7 next.
And I think we should talk about the opening that Maxime played on move 1. Because Vishy, when we had him in the studio yesterday, the 5-time legendary world champion, Viswanathan Anand, he goes, Maxime is diversifying his openings. We're used to Maxime every single game with the black pieces, playing c5 and a Sicilian. Here he in fact played e5. So this is Maxime, maybe a new version of him, 2.0.
Yeah, and it seems to be working super well for him in this tournament. And look at that. It was the Petrov, a very solid opening, also known as the Russian defense. And Maxime known for his aggressive style, so he's definitely switching it up. And Arjun playing the romantic era chess with the Scotch, the third move, d4, striking in the center early on.
I love it. I love the way Arjun plays chess. I mean, look at this. He brought his knight out for a second jump. It didn't capture anything, went into the center. And as the game continued, black moving the queen a bunch of times, and this b1 knight ventured over to f3. It's hard to explain these opening moves to newer players because they said, my coach taught me to develop multiple pieces. And this knight on b5, that one came from g1. It went like this, and then the knight from b1 went over to f3. So it's a knight's tour in the early going here, but it seems
you call it the Knight Rider?
Oh, Calcutta Knight Rider. We have 2 Calcutta Knight Rider umbrellas now, so the more the merrier. And in this case, Bishop g4 played by Maxime. So Tanya, as we pause here just to look at what's happened, Maxime has spent a little bit of time. Do you still think he is in some form of preparation, or is he completely on his own?
For Arjun, I think he has prepared this specifically against Maxime. He's been working so much on his openings lately, and it's always tricky because Arjun has this knack of choosing offbeat lines, and we saw that at the World Cup as well. So many players had difficulties in the opening against him, and I think for him, given his tournament situation, if he's able to get an advantage and push for a win in this one, it would mean so much given our tournament standings. So a bit of an opening success here, just getting Maxime out of familiar territory. When Maxime prepared the Petrov, I don't think he was expecting Arjun to take this route.
This is such a rare variation, and for Arjun, he is a very adventurous player. He's somebody who likes novel territory.
Yes.
We've seen him rattle off 30 move variations out of the opening. In fact, I believe that was in this very tournament where he shocked Anand when they were talking about the game, and he's like, "You're still in your prep?" And he's like, "Yeah, I can keep going."
Yeah, that was quite a moment. I think it was more than 30 moves, like you pointed out. And the only way that White could survive that game was an inconspicuous f3 somewhere on move 33. Fantastic prep there by Arjun, and we might be seeing some of that today. By the way, speaking of prep, some crazy action on the other boards as well. We have to go over. We've been talking about Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at 4.5 points. Temur Radjabov just half a point behind Maxime, and he's playing against Gukesh. It's a wild position. And Robert, before we deep dive into the current action, I think we have to back up because this board just seems like you've taken all the opening principles and just chucked them out of the window.
That is exactly what happens in this opening. We see a normal start. Everything looks nice and steady. And then around here, black sets up the triangle, oftentimes ready to steal this pawn on c4. And Radjabov plays in the style saying, I don't care, take that pawn and give me the center. And that's exactly what happens. So this is a theoretical line, been played so many times at the highest level. And black has to overextend. In order to keep this pawn and keep some control of the game, you have to overextend on the queen side and on the king side. So Tanya, this does break so many opening principles, not developing with pieces, but pushing pawns on the flanks.
But it also means a lot of fun for us. And as you mentioned, only one piece of black is out, the knight on f6. But you do have that extra pawn that you're not giving away any time soon. We do have a couple more moves. White's initiative is in the development. So getting that castle in quickly. 95, we're still following theory as of now. Many games here, and h5 with the clear threat of pushing that pawn one more square ahead, targeting that white bishop. But Gukesh playing with fire with this one.
He is, and he needs some wins for the tournament standings. And I wonder what kind of pressure Radjabov feels, because he lost the game yesterday. This move, rook h6, protected the knight and evacuated from the pin. And as we see the game continue here, this is starting to look to me very dangerous for white. Radjabov playing instantly, but rook fd1, the engine doesn't like it. f6 played by black, and this is where players can trick themselves. Sometimes players believe that they're still in preparation. Let's play really fast. But maybe you're not in your preparation, or maybe the engines that Radjabov looked at this opening with are deeper than the ones that we have here. I like this for black, honestly. I think that the white king could come under some fire later, and black is up a pawn.
I like this move by Raja, just trying to break open the queen side. It's not about regaining that pawn. You want as many open lines as possible and to target those black overextended pawns. You were talking about a potential king side attack that black can have on the h-line. That bishop on g3 is a super defender. White is also aiming for a cool break with d pawn advancing forward at the right time, opening up the position. And it's super dangerous. Black has an extra pawn, but I like the initiative that Raja is playing for. And another really cool thing about this game, these two players have never faced each other in any format, online or over the board. It is the first time ever that we're getting this matchup between Raja and, well, who's kind of been the Raja of Indian chess. The new India #1, Gukesh.
Yes, Gukesh has been unbelievable, particularly in the classical time controls. I don't think he plays as much speed chess as some of the other youngsters, and I think that Radjabov was just going for it. He is a half point behind because he lost round 6 to Vidit Gujarati. Now he's saying, I need to get some wins. I need to catch up to Maxime, and he is playing with fire, but he's also playing with a piece. He's doing that chess player thing where they fiddle with the piece that they've captured. He would like to capture more pieces at some point, and that black king, Tanya, that's the big question. If Raja is in his preparation as it seems, maybe he's going for an offbeat variation that's scary for black. Even if objectively black is doing fine, it's not so easy to figure out the board.
In this kind of a position, when you do have an extra pawn, but your king is in the center and you don't really have a direct path, not knowing the way forward, not knowing the plan forward can actually cost you a lot of time on the clock. Now Gukesh coming into the 20-minute mark, and it's the kind of position which white, if you are able to build, you get your rook from a1 to c1, a timely a4 or a d5 break, give white just a couple of moves and the attack can be really strong. Gukesh needs to be precise and careful with how he responds, and looking at the clock, it's clear there's only one player out of these two who knows what he's doing.
And that is Radjabov.
26 minutes on the clock, so we will come back to this one as Gukesh goes into a think, trying to navigate his way. He does have the extra pawn, but double G pawns, plus a lot of initiative in the center for white with the mobility. That bishop on G3, a super strong piece, an A4 break in the air, the C6 pawn, a backward pawn. You've got to play very energetically with black. Speaking of playing energetically, take a look at what Vidit is doing against Praggnanandhaa. This is a big matchup for the Indian fans. And let's bring it up. Prag with the white pieces, and you're going to love it. Black has gone for the expansion on the king side, making intentions very clear.
I do love it, and I've seen Vidit play these exact types of positions with great success. So if we just back up a little bit, the opening stage, it was an Italian game. All was quiet at first, and then things opened up. So instead of playing d4, as a lot of kids are taught, played for d3. And Tanya, this decision right around, here it comes, g5. White just castled, so that means that the king can't go the other way and attack the black king. So now that white's king has committed itself, we usually think of castling as going to safety. But because black has not done the same, now there is an opportunity to strike on the king side, and we see that Vidit, he's well versed in these lines. With this pawn now on h3, it kicked the bishop back. But we see with his last move, at some point g4 can be very dangerous for the white king.
He's hinting at it. He's making it very clear that that is the plan. And the big question for white will be, how would you react if black does get a successful g4 in? For black, you can't go castle on the king side right now. You've got to try to find some safety for your own king, because for white, it's clear. For Prag, he needs to strike in the center. If Vidit decides to play on the flank, He wants to try to get a successful d4 break in. I like this preparatory move by Vidit, queen to d7, because when white does strike in the center, you will always have the option to go with your king to the queen side. A long side castle, connect your rook and keep it a little more safe. Queen d7 also makes the g4 break even more powerful because the queen will join the attack quickly.
Looks so dangerous for white. I do not envy Praggnanandhaa's chances, his position. I think it's so risky to have your king in the corner like this when black has this opportunity to play g4. And showing that restraint is important because if we just go back a move, if black had tried to push too soon, it probably would have backfired. So Vidit, he is an experienced player, and we see him there. He's focused on this game. Imagine after yesterday's success, if he can continue that today, he may even be able to fight for the top places.
He's got 2 out of 3, and it was quite a comeback given how he ended day 1 with a winning position against Maxime, who is today the tournament leader. He was a rook up, and he did say that was quite a devastating loss for him, but he has scored big on day 2. He is in the mix. And right now with the black pieces, this is going to be a big fight. I think it might be time for Pragg to start looking at ways to create his own activity. A d4 is a break that you're always looking at, but with this pin along the h5, d1 diagonal, black just feels like you have too many pieces controlling that square. b5 or preparing it with a4 and then b5 would be something that white needs to think of because very soon there's going to be a hailstorm towards the white king.
Yes, with that g4 push. And so black probably shouldn't commit the king to the queen side just yet. At some point, black can slide the king quietly over to f8 to bring the rook over in this direction and saying, if you're going to play a4 and b5, you're not attacking my king. You won't checkmate me. And, well, Vidit is in better spirits. I had dinner. Well, I had dessert, I should say. I sat while he and his family had dinner. And, it was very sweet that his parents are here to support him. And I learned that his grandfather, who doesn't even really play chess, he watches almost all of Vidit's games.
That's so cool, and I think we've seen what it really means to the players to have this family support and have your family cheer for you, and knowing that your granddad is looking at your games, you kind of want to give your best, that extra best. And Vidit is very motivated. He's a player who's been playing in Kolkata at the Tata Steel from the very first edition in 2018, but he's yet to get a win. He's been so close, but he hasn't gotten that title. So definitely a lot of ambition there. And we do have a move on the board. It was the one that we were looking at. So Pragg says, you know what? We're playing on either flanks right now. You're going for the king side, but I'm the one who's striking first with the move b5, attacking that knight, but also the pawn on a6, which means that black has to capture on b5.
Yeah, black is going to capture this pawn on b5. The bishop will take back, and then it becomes clear. This king, it's happy in the center. It won't be so happy on the queen side, just to show what that could look like. If you say, I've got to get my king safe. My coach taught me to castle. Look at the bar. It went all the way up because white just brings all of the firepower to the queen side, a rook to b1 as well. This king will not survive very long. So the king, I think, is going to go to the f8 square in the near future after a pawn swap on b5. And Vidit's going to say, I will break down the king side at the right moment, but I don't want to rush that decision.
It's a bit of breakdowns game, this one, because white is breaking on the queen side. Very soon white will break in the center and black wants to break on the king side. I think we're going to see a lot of pawn movements in this one, a lot of tension all across the board. And speaking of tension, I think the players, they woke up today and chose violence because it is a madness across the board. Take a look at the Vincent Alexander Grischuk game right now. White's king in that one in the center. Let's bring that up. Vincent Keymer against Grischuk. And it's quite an important game for both these players, looking at getting ahead on the leaderboard.
Yes, because Vincent survived a very scary game against Hari at the end of the day yesterday. And Grischuk, he had some bad fortune when he lost his queen. So as we bring up the Vincent Keymer versus Alexander Grischuk game, we're going to switch on over from this Vidit game against Pragg. We see two fighting players, and we see an extremely fighting position where the king is in the center for white. And is there any extra material? No, there is not. And look at the clock. Are we sure Alexander Grischuk is black? I see him there. He has more time than he started with, and it's Vincent Keymer who is half of his clock.
I don't think I've ever seen this happen before, Robert. Alexander Grischuk with more time on the clock, being ahead. This is not a story that we see ever in the chess world. But wow, Grischuk really keeping the pressure on the board and the clock right now. White has achieved a connect 4 on the king side, but it does look extremely loose at the right time when black is able to strike with a move like f6. It would be big trouble for white to decide how to continue. And wow, Grischuk thinking there for the first time in the game. Queen d2 played. I would be very tempted to strike in the center as black with the move f6.
Certainly a tempting option for Grischuk, and he's really thinking right now, which could be scary for Vincent, because when players are in deep preparation, their opponents, they make a move, and suddenly that player who's been playing instantly thinks either, oh, did I just make a mistake if I'm Vincent? Or has he finally lost his preparation? Has he finally forgotten what's next? And so I think that it's a moment where Grischuk, I believe he's left the exact preparation, but he's many good options. f6 definitely comes to mind if he wants to challenge for the center. This bishop on c8 isn't playing, so maybe it's worth bringing this knight out to a square like b6, and that way the bishop can come to a g4, and now you're not going to castle in either direction. The engine doesn't mind white's position, but I feel like if I were sitting in Vincent's seat, I would be very nervous.
It is very scary because it feels as if black has got all the development going, and yes, the d5 pawn is a long-term weakness, but notice how I say the word long-term, because right now it just feels like a game where everything would be decided very short-term with white's king in the center, and black is able to get a successful break in. Right now, Sasha's still thinking, using that time. I would still say that we will see in this game Alexander being the one who will fall down on the clock and be the one who will be playing on the time trouble, even though he's got twice the amount of time as Vincent does at the moment.
I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. Chat, I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think that Alexander Grischuk will be the player in time trouble in this game? So let us know. He typically is, but he's up so much time right now that it's sort of hard to think that he will be the one who's struggling on the clock.
Wow, alright, so Queen d2 on the board, and big decision for Sasha right now. Does he go for the immediate break, or does he continue to improve and develop his pieces and keep that threat on the board? While he takes that decision, let's continue our opening tour. I think we've not had a look at just one game, and that's Nodebek against Harikrishna. For Harikrishna, it has been a disappointing tournament, and I'm sure he's looking at finishing on a high before going on to the Blitz. He plays against the Uzbek phenom, and out of all the madness that we've just seen across all boards, this looks like sanity to me.
It does, except that there's a queen on b8. This is not the first time we've seen a random queen appear on b8. We've seen it in some Catalan openings, but in this game, I guess black just wants to compete for the center with a rook. c5 will be an option. The queen, if it were on d8, c5 doesn't work. So Hari's aiming at white center with his pieces, and his day yesterday wasn't so bad. I know it ended on a sour note because he spoiled a winning position where he played a very nice game, but he did win in the 5th round. He drew from an advantage in round 6, so he did get on the scoreboard. He's right back in the tournament. Unfortunately, he's in last place by himself, but if he can win this game, for example, now suddenly he leapfrogs many of the opponents.
And I think for Hari, it could be a day of playing spoiler to many of the players who are fighting for that top spot. It's a slow start, a strategic one in this one. Bishop to g6, so there's a direct threat. You're attacking e4. Instead of defending it, Nodebek goes for counter offense, pins the knight on f6, so black isn't able to capture on e4. You could start targeting that bishop with the move h6, but then white just simply falls back to h4. And what white really wants to do next is jump with that knight from f3 to the center of the board.
It looks really pleasant for white. You have 2 pawns in the center here. These D and E pawns, black only has 1. That is clear advantage for white. So black wants to strike at some moment with c5, but that might allow white to press forward with this d5 push. And in these positions, if this pawn can get all the way to d6, that's a runaway passer. You're going to have difficulty stopping. So I do really like white's position. c5 also may tactically fail to the move e5 with some pressure on the diagonal. So I really like Nodebek's position, and he has an outside chance. He's one of those players in the middle of the pack, and if he could score a win here and keep up that hot streak, then he may see himself towards the top of the standings.
It's too early to call what happens in this one, and we're getting an update from Rakesh that Hari became a grandmaster and was a world junior champion even before Nodebek was born. That is a battle of generation between these two players. the 17-year-old Nordebek, or 18 now.
He's 18.
18 now. 18-year-old Nordebek Abdusattorov playing against Harikrishna. We will come back to this, but it is wild action on the tournament leaders board, and I think we have to jump before I take you to Maxime. It's Teimour Radjabov, because I have my eye out on all the boards, and look at what's going on this. That last move by Teimour, going d5, a plan that we were talking about, it's going to explode. I see that the eval bar says that Gukesh is better here, but I would be terrified as black.
And it made perfect sense what white did. The rook came to d8, he went d5. So apparently d5 wasn't the inaccuracy, but it was e takes back, which is the single most natural move in the position. You pushed your pawn, it was captured, now you capture back, but instead the engine probably prefers knight takes b5, playing for a check on this square. The a7 pawn is loose as well. That's a really difficult move to play, to allow your opponent to keep another pawn in the center. So his mistake, the question mark that he just received, I don't really see it as a huge blunder unless Gukesh can somehow capitalize. And he just made a move. He took back on d5. So this position, apparently Gukesh also missing things. I'm going to use the engine's help because this is too messy. f5. f5 is such a difficult move to play when white has moves like d takes or d6. But the whole point is that black has options to move the queen out the way, and we'll show that in a minute there. But you see Radjabov still fiddling with that piece that he captured.
And Gukesh with head in hands in a difficult position. Let's bring up our analysis board. It is a very complicated middle game. And we have to take a look at these lines that you're pointing out. It was at this moment that Gukesh had the chance to seize the initiative. But the move that you suggested, f5 here, it's a very non-human approach. White has so many threats in the position. You can't fault Gukesh for not finding f5.
No, and the solution is that the queen comes to c6, threatening checkmate in one. And white has a problem on that diagonal. And even if you stop checkmate, black can win this bishop on g3. It gets trapped in its square. So queen takes b5, trying to stop checkmate because this is a pin on the diagonal. A move like f4 will be a big problem for white. You just simply lose a piece, and it's not that easy to spot from far away, but now that we got here, it does make sense, and this game continues to be very hectic. So Tanya, when you look at this position, black's king in the center, but black doing well with the bishop pair, whose position would you take?
White.
Yeah?
Down a pawn, and black does have the bishop pair, but I just feel that it's so much about initiative and tempo in these shorter time formats. The queen and knight combo can be so dangerous. The d5 pawn to me is a big weakness, and I just feel that it's easier to play as white. Also notice the disharmony in black's pieces currently. That rook on h6 is a lone camper. It doesn't really have a way into the center of the board or a piece assisting any kind of attack. Meanwhile, white, right now, there is a threat on the knight. I would think about just falling back. I really don't want to even trade pieces. Knight c3, knight d4, two moves come to mind. You want to bring your rook from a1 to c1, start putting pressure. But I also see that if I fall back with the knight to d4, black has a trick in the position. With that last move, the most natural looking knight d4 actually falls to bishop a4. So white needs to be a little careful here.
Definitely. Teimour cannot just play the principal move. You want to blockade and isolate a pawn. Aaron Nimzovich would love that idea, but it doesn't work in this position. So knight c7 check. Are you going too far into black's position? Because you give a check, the king can step out the way. I'm not sure if it's better to avoid this diagonal. I think that makes sense. And now f5 followed by f4 still is a threat. This rook that you said is a lone camper. It will rejoin along the 6th rank and stop any kind of knight e6. So rook e1, that looks very logical. Let me go knight e6, f5, and suddenly I stopped your knight from getting here, and I threatened pawn f4, and it feels like black is the one who has the initiative.
I'm just wondering if I chose white just a tad bit too soon, because I think if white could successfully play knight d4 in that position, you have the advantage. And that's because the bishop on c6 is sort of just behind the pawn and a dead piece. But the moment you lose control of the d4 square, black can advance d4 and open up that bishop on the right time. So I think he didn't want to go knight to c3. He wants to at least keep the control of that square. He does just support that knight on b5. And now black can maybe just sidestep the king from e8, just avoiding any checks on c7. A move like king f8 comes to mind. Maybe your move f5. Make the rook join the other pieces and also threaten f4.
But the reason I like a4, and I think the engine gives it a proper exclamation point, is that black says, all right, I'm going to kick your knight out of there. No longer is that bishop a4 an idea because the rook defends the square. So a4, a classy decision from Radjabov. We're going to see how this one continues to develop because both players, I believe, will eventually get into time trouble.
Really interesting position, and absolutely, white can get that knight on d4 and keep it there and not lose material. You've got enough compensation for that extra pawn. Also look at black's pawn structure, and I know that Valbar says it's balanced, it's a balanced position, but draw is the least likely result here. It is dynamically balanced. Black has that extra material, the bishop pair, but white just more harmony, more coordination, more initiative in the position. Let's jump over to the tournament leader. This one is heating up, but as is that position, Arjun Agassi against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. For Arjun, it's really important to get as many points as he can today and start early on to jump up on the leaderboard. But oh my God, Robert, the kind of pairings that he has up ahead today, he starts with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He will be playing Temur Radjabov after this game, who's on second place, and then later on, he plays his best friend, Praggnanandhaa. And these two have been inseparable in this tournament. We've seen them hanging out at breakfast, at lunch, at dinner. We know the World Cup stories with them going for a walk before their own match. And they'll just have to keep that friendship off the board, and it will be in a final critical moment.
And you're talking about going for a walk. I feel like Maxime, he's the player who leaves his chair the most in this tournament, and that might make sense because he's leading the tournament. So he has good positions, he can stroll around, feel good about thinking from afar. But we see that Arjun Agassi, he is seated in that chair. He will play his very good friend Praggnanandhaa later, but right now he's just focused on how to survive against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Black is not up any material, but black has an open file in front of the white king. This knight on e4 is an absolute monster. And at some point, d4 becomes a threat because it's forking your minor pieces. So h3 was the choice of Arjun. That move looks good because it kicks the bishop away. But Tanya, making moves, pawn moves in front of your king, once this bishop moves away, we could see some problems down an open file for black.
And Arjun's been getting into a bit of trouble in these early middle games out of his opening in this tournament. And Maxime just quickly comes back to the board, makes his move in seconds, and that just adds the pressure on Arjun. Very often in these formats, you use the time that your opponent takes to think yourself. But Arjun under 10 minutes right now, and the pressure is on white with opposite side castling. It's a race to each other's king, and white hasn't even gotten the party started on the queen side.
Forget putting your running shoes on. The socks aren't even on. So there's no attack for white against the black king, and it's very easy to see how black makes moves to go after the white king.
That's a nice move. So utilizing the pin along the E line, and that's a skewer on g5. So black can't take on g5 with the knight because the queen hangs. Let's just show that. And if you don't take knight g5, there are two moves that come to mind. One would be queen to c5. I'm targeting your f2 pawn. And the other move that I would consider in this position is to grab on g5. Bishop f3, I think the trades wouldn't work in black's favor. We can show that. You pick up the queen and you're the first to black's rook on d8. So it just feels you end up with extra material. So with bishop f3, not an option. Queen g5 and queen c5 would be the two moves that I would consider. And I think this is the most direct line. It's checks, captures, threats. The way you look at positions. But Arjun has made a different decision.
No, we saw queen g5. Yeah, queen. Just the moves are happening so quickly that after queen takes g5, just to go through that once more, instant replay. Bishop g5, queen takes, the knight, of course, takes the queen, and then black's bishop takes the white queen. So after this series of trades, this move is forced by Arjun. He didn't want to part with the bishop, but this knight attacks the loose knight on g5. If you take here, once black takes with the pawn, the bishop would be lost, and you don't have time to gather this bishop on d1. So bishop takes e4 simply is going to be recaptured by a pawn, but Maxime doing that super grandmaster thing. I would have already taken on e4. I would have just chosen a pawn. He is making sure he takes with the correct pawn, and I'm not even sure which it is. I kind of like taking towards the center, but white will take back on d1, and this knight has juicy squares to hop into. Maybe this isn't as easy as the eval bar makes it seem.
F takes e4. It's also the traditional chess wisdom of moving your flank pawn closer towards the center instead of doing it the other way around. I also like this move because it gives you the option to be more flexible later on when you can push the d pawn down the board supported with the c pawn, and it has been played. And now the big question is that once the bishop gets picked up, you have to dodge the threat of knight f7, forking the two rooks. And how are you going to do that? Would you push your rook from d8 one step ahead to d7, also walking out of knight e6 and defending knight f7? This would be a move that I would consider.
I think it's the best move. You just simply walk your rook forward, take away that knight jump into the position, either knight jump, at least there's no force behind it. So rook d7 seems to leave Maxime with a better position. And the reason why, he has a very healthy pawn structure now. He has a bishop, which is a great long-range piece to use in the near future. And the white position, it's quite passive because you have no control over forward squares. Even though this bishop on d1 will be captured, it just means that black, who has all the pawns under control, will continue to make small improving moves, and white does not have any tension to make use of.
Well, this one, even though the queens are off the board, it is going to be a tense endgame. We will come back to this, but speaking of tension, major tension on in the Gukesh board. Another board super critical for our standings. Let's go back to that, and I really want to back up to the point where we left it. I think it was just a couple of moves ago. The players have taken a lot of time in this very difficult position to make the next few sequence of moves, and this is pretty much where we left it. a4. You were praising this move because it keeps the position under control. Knight d4 is the next idea. Black continued with the pawn marching down, so there's a clear threat. You want to go f4, trap the bishop. White had to move that bishop to the center of the board, an active square. And then we saw Gukesh saying that I will not allow your knight to jump onto d4 because then it will become a super knight against a really bad light square bishop. So a favorable trade for black there. And then Gukesh plants the other bishop on the dark square on c5 to protect, not only to protect a7, but also threaten a g3 at some point where you'll either open up the h line or target the f2 pawn.
Can be very dangerous for white. And you see the computer evaluation off to the side saying white is better. Black is actually up a pawn. Quick math shows that this pawn here on d5 is an extra pawn. It's green, but it's good. And the issue for black is the king is in the center with nowhere really to go. You can maybe go one file over, even to g8, but even that side of the board is exposed because black's pawns are so advanced. So right now, Timur has a difficult decision. Would you trade bishops potentially? Or does that make black's life easier? Because without pieces, it's hard to attack a king. But if he doesn't go bishop d4, as you pointed out, black has everything under control, protecting a7, threatening the king side. Not easy decisions in a position of this nature.
Bishop d4 strategically looks really nice. You get rid of a very active bishop for black, and also you can start targeting that central d5 pawn. You make your king super safe with trading off this bishop on d4. But you know, Robert, what I would be dreaming of as white in that position is actually to try to get the attack against that black central king. So if we just back up, he's still thinking the decision hasn't been taken. If I had the time, I would love to regroup where I bring my bishop all the way back and put my queen in front of it so that I'm setting up a battery and looking at a penetration along the long diagonal. Bishop b2, queen c3 would be on my radar, but Raja there, Timur, he is a positional strategic player, and I think he does the professional super GM thing where he wants to get rid of the bishop and just make sure that his own position is safe. The major pieces are still on, so there's still pressure on black's king. And with that a1 rook coming on to d1 or e1 and then e5 next, it's definitely more than enough compensation for that pawn.
There are so many options for white. As you mentioned, rook d1, no longer rook e1 because black took that away. There's also this rook swinging to a4 at the right moment. But this rook on e6 is a very powerful piece. There will be back rank checkmate threats, and it's not easy for white to get out of it because g3, that solves the immediate checkmate, but it creates some very weak squares in front of this white king. So it's not even simple for white to figure out how do I get out of back rank threats. I think this is a 3-result position.
Absolutely. Even with all minor pieces traded off, this is the kind of position that anything can happen. And the moment that white rook from d4 does slide to the a line, you also have to watch out for the d pawn starting its journey down the board. So it has to be timed really, really well. And a really nice point there that you want to create a luft for the king. But the moment you do that, you create so many weaknesses. And you're also giving black the additional possibility at the right time to break with f4. So it is a very tricky position, a really nice way of Gukesh to find that kingside rook to come back into the game through that central line. And look at that big move. It's a small move, but with big consequences by Raja. He goes for h3, creating a lift. And the point is that if black was to capture on h3, suddenly the queen from the queen side slides all the way, and you're putting threats on that h8 square. You're targeting the f5 pawn. You have to be careful about it because rook e1 can be a big threat. But I like this move h3.
It's a great move, and I think for Gukesh, he's not that afraid of pawn takes g4 in many of these positions because that opens up the h-file. So both kings will not be truly safe. White's king does feel better. It is on the side of the board. h3 is a fantastic move from Radjabov that leaves him with the advantage. And I think what Gukesh really wants to do is trade the queens off. If he can get those queens off the board, even if he drops a pawn in the position, maybe even 2 pawns, he would still have great chances to survive in these rook endgames. So for Gukesh, I'm mostly worried about his clock right now, down to about 7 minutes.
Very nicely stated out there that if we go into a rook pawn ending, black's chances at saving that, at holding the draw, would be pretty good. But for Gukesh, it's a critical moment. He needs to decide how to react to the tension on the king side, and he doesn't have that much time. Temur really putting the pressure on the board and on the clock as well. Twice the amount of time there. We will come back with Gukesh's decision, and he's still in the think right now. And Robert, there's so much action across all boards. I'm gonna throw the question to you. Which one catches your attention?
All of them? Is that too easy of an answer? Let's go to the game between Praggnanandhaa and Vidit Gujrathi, because Pragg, he is the star of Indian chess at the moment. His World Cup performance, that was so amazing. And right now in this game, I cannot tell you who should be better. I see the evaluation bar saying white is slightly better. The players have no idea. And what's the material count? White only has 5 pawns. Black has 6. So an extra pawn for black. Whose king is safer?
Even that's not a question that's so easy to answer, right? It would be normal, it would be standard to say that black's king is uncastled, it's in the center, so feels a little unsafe. But look at that white king as well, with the h-line open, no h-pawn in front of it, the queen and the rook on g8, just making sure that there's an indirect threat always on the f3 and the g2 square. I don't think the white king is feeling absolutely safe itself, but this is the point, that Pragg has taken all the active squares with that rook on e1, forcing black's queen to fall back. And now I'm just wondering, can he continue putting the pressure? Is d5 a move here?
It looks like the move that anyone would play in bullet chess, but perhaps there's some tactics related to this f3 knight that you were mentioning, that there is a lot of tension and pressure on the square. So let's look. d5, if that move was made. No, the engine hates that move.
Whoa.
And what could it possibly be? d5 is so obvious, and what is the deal here?
I would think it would be queen to f5 to put pressure on that knight on f3. You've got to keep the queen on the diagonal so that if white actually captures on c6, you can go bishop takes knight and then enter on h3 with the queen.
Right, the queen. Oh, if you take back queen, and this bishop is a hero because after king g1, rook takes g2 is checkmate. You can't take it back. See that? It's not letting me do it. It's not a bug. It's a feature. That pawn is pinned. But there is a tactical note here. I saw the engine start to. I was going to go for queen f5 as well. It started to go back a little bit, and maybe white can get away with a knight h4 with a tempo against the queen. So right idea by us. Slightly inaccurate execution. Queen back to c8 has the same idea, but after pawn c6, bishop f3 then, and the queen goes into h3 with check.
It's always so awesome in chess when you have this natural forward going move, queen to f5, but it just doesn't work. And it's actually the same idea, but you have to make the retreating move to make the plan work. And again, from a human perspective, when you've got seconds on the clock, you'll just play queen f5 without thinking, right? And then suddenly your position falls down. But right now, if d5 doesn't work, then you have to be really careful about that move because it opens up that bishop on a7, which is why Pragg, being super precise, keeps that bishop blocked, keeps the tension on e5, and first trades off on c6. And there are potential threats on the e5 pawn, but the biggest threat in the position is bishop takes knight on f3.
And for white, that might mean a queen takes c6 move here. It protects the f3 knight and attacks the rook in the corner. But I don't think that Vidit's so unhappy about what's just transpired because his king on f8, it is a bit towards the center. That could be in the open. But without so many white pieces towards it, it doesn't feel so unsafe. But I think Pragg can safely grab this pawn on c6 for the time being. It is just a messy game right now.
And as you said, this one for the Indian fans, a big one. Pragg is the star of India, but Vidit is also a superstar of India. We did ask our chat for their predictions, and we've got our poll results from Twitch coming in. Pragg at 24% favorite to win this. Vidit, a huge fan favorite here at 35%. And the chat feels that it's going to be a draw. That's the majority. I don't know who to go with because it's such a messy position, but I will say that it will be a decisive game.
A draw would be hard to find in a position like this unless there's some kind of repetition later on or perpetual check. So this feels like a game that will come down to the wire. Are any games closer to the finish line?
Let's take a look. And again, there is fire across the boards. We did check in with the Nodabek Hari position, and a lot has happened there. And it looks like Hari is really struggling in that one. Look at all of Black's pieces on the 8th rank. There is no development. The knight on c8, what on earth is it even doing? Such a passive position for Black. And it looks like there's only one player playing right now.
This is a very sad position for Hari because there are numerous threats for white. Knight c7 is the obvious one, forking the two rooks. And if black doesn't do anything, this pawn on b6 is also hanging. And if you play a move like pawn takes a5, hitting the white queen, the queen probably can just go up to the b7 square, and white is overwhelming this knight on c8. There are just no moves here. This is a very rough game and a very rough tournament for Hari.
Yeah, and I just think this position you collapse as black, right? Because you've got all these threats that you're pointing out, and somehow Hari just didn't get anything going here. So it feels like Nodabek should be wrapping this up soon, and Hari in a think, but it's not the kind of position where clock even matters. You could have 30 minutes on the clock right now, and it perhaps won't help. So big trouble for Hari on this one. Let's switch over to our other board, and let's go back to the Temur match against Gukesh. We left it last when h3 was played. A very fascinating position where all minor pieces have been traded off. Look at both the kings. Black's king in the center. White's king with that h3 pawn can also come into trouble. And that last move by Gukesh, lining up the queen and the rook, it's eyeing that idea, what you were saying, of trying to trade off as many pieces as possible, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn, so that you can at least get the pressure neutralized. So let's say white was to take on d5. You simply trade, jump in with the rook to e1, and pick up the f2 pawn after the check.
And this is a great queen. It protects f5 and a7 in case white had any ideas of trying to win this pawn. So there's no way that black would ever lose the position. It should just be a very quick draw. The black king can't escape. So queen e7 is a lovely move. And there's a big threat. Rook e1 check threatens to win a full rook. So if you play pawn takes g4, there goes the eval bar, because after the swap of rooks here, king h2, there's no checkmate, there's no rook coming to h8, but simply queen e5. This move checks the king and the rook, and you can't protect it. That would win the game for Gukesh.
Wow, so that's a neat little trap that Gukesh has set up if white was to trade on g4, which of course Temur will spot in this position. Rook d5 is not a pleasant option like we discussed. That works out in black's favor. I think if white has to keep chances alive, you have to find a way to not allow this trade on e1. Rook e1 is a big threat. I wouldn't want to come back with that d4 rook all the way to d1, because once again that allows that black pawn to start marching down the board. Robert, is there a way that white can actually fight rook e1? Because queen d1 to me just feels a bit loose, because it does allow g takes h3, and now you don't have the option to actually pick up that pawn with your own queen.
Right, you may have to take with the pawn over there, but I like this move queen d1, and we went process of elimination. We tried to figure out ways that white could be more aggressive, but queen d1 does eye that h5 square in some positions, so perhaps this pawn is pinned not to a piece but to a square.
Very interesting. So a retreating move, and I wonder if Temur is going to go in for that. If he does allow that rook check on e1 by Gukesh, I think Gukesh solves most of his problems, if not all, in this position. So a critical moment for Temur. Can he find a way to avoid the rook trades and keep all the major pieces on the board? As long as he can do that, there is pressure against black's pawns and the king. Despite Gukesh being up a pawn, I think Temur is the one who's in driver's seat in this one. We will come back to this. Let's check in with our tournament leader. I've got that game in front of me, and I have to say, just visually at first sight, it feels like Maxime is on fire here. Let's bring up Arjun against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The moment I see that, I do see the question mark, but to me that move looks really nice. If white was to take, it's obvious that doesn't work because the knight jumps in and it is a fork. Just compare the pawn structure here. On the queen side, white has got these double C pawns. The A pawn can become a target when the knight jumps onto B2. Black's rooks are in the center. I'm really liking Maxime's position.
I am as well. The engine likes it. So it did lose some of Black's advantage. King G1, apparently not the accurate reply. What move to play? He really wants to take this pawn on E3, I gather, and not allow the fork. But King G1, going away from the center, that's a difficult move. One Arjun probably didn't play with much happiness.
But this just shows perhaps how helpless Arjun is feeling right now. When you have to move the king back from the center of the board to the side, it feels like you don't have any other way to make an improvement in the position. So you go king to G1. What Arjun really wants is to trade these pawns on his terms. If black was to capture on F2, I think that's a great capture for white. Your king comes back into the game. You're offering those trades. And also, one trump in Arjun's position is long term, you might have a kingside passer. And in these knight endgames, we know that an H or an E passer is the most difficult pawn to defend against when you're playing with a knight. So that's an idea that the players definitely have in mind. But speaking of outside passes, it just feels like Maxime might be the first one to create it on the other side of the board.
At any moment, Maxime can fix this pawn on A4, because if you start by trying to go after the pawn, perhaps white will throw it away on the A5 square, doubling black's pawn. So A5 looks like a very natural move for black. There are some big questions that have to be answered, and I just want to go back a half move here, because there was a trick set up. F4 is the type of move you play to get those pawns going, but E2 check would have been played, vacating the E3 square for the knight, so you give up your pawn, it has to be captured, and then knight E3 check would have won that exchange and the game for black.
That's really nicely pointed out, and a really important note, because it explains the move king to G1. You step out of this fork, so you step out of a threat. So it's not as helpless as it looked at first. He's just dodging a big threat on the board. A5 was a move you suggested. Maxime starts with another advance down the board with the C pawn moving forward. I like this one as well because it is at times hinting at the D pawn going ahead when, of course, white cannot recapture it. And I wonder now if it's time for white to actually dissolve the tension and pick up that E3 pawn.
It's a big choice for Arjun, because this knight will just start venturing across the board. There's also that move A5 for white. This move catches my eye, because if black does nothing, then I'm, of course, going to take on B6. And we did, by the way, see a draw, agreed by that repetition that we called for in the Radjabov game against Gukesh. Let's quickly maybe show that final position.
Yes, 100%. Let's head back to Radjabov against Gukesh in this one, because it ended really quickly. The pieces did get traded off as we were expecting. And let's just see the last couple of moves, Robert, from when we left it. And it was at this move, queen to E7. And I wonder if that was the critical find by Gukesh to just neutralize all the pressure.
And Queen D1 was the only move we found by process of elimination. We also have the evaluation bar, the players don't. So maybe Radjabov said, I'm down a pawn. If I don't get that material back, I could be in trouble. So it gave a question mark, but it did force a draw. Once F2 was captured, it was unstoppable checks. They agreed the queen will just go back and forth, and the king would go from B8 to B7. And if the king goes to D8 to D6 and so on, you cannot avoid the checks.
Really nice play there by Gukesh to make sure he doesn't get into too much trouble. I really liked that last move, Queen E7, which forced this line. Well, not forced it, but at least made it happen on the board. And for Raja, I think he should be reasonably pleased with this result as well, because it keeps him in the mix for that first place. And the other players who are in the mix for that first place, Praggnanandhaa against Vidit. Let's quickly jump over to that board. When we left it, the big question was whose king is safer. The good news right now is that the queens have been traded off. Nobody is getting mated, but Prag does have an extra pawn on the board. It is a passer on the A line. Meanwhile, Vidit, for compensation, has got the bishop pair.
And the bishop pair always provides compensation. It's not that there's going to be attack against the king, but for example, bishop e2, bishops being long-range pieces, they can get across the board very quickly. Knights, as you mentioned, are bad at stopping rook pawns. Bishops can do an okay job. So bishop e2 is the big threat that Vidit wants. If the rooks get traded on e8, the black king will do the heavy lifting to stop that a pawn. I feel like this game is much more likely to be a draw than a win for white.
But I also feel if anyone can push this position, it's probably Pragg here. Because that dark square bishop on g3 is now free to target some of the pawns. It's that c7 pawn on the queen side and the h6 pawn, both currently on the dark squares. So he can look at creating some threats, but it is perhaps closer to a draw than a Pragg win. It's fair to say that. Knowing Pragg, he's going to try to grind this down. So it's going to be a long battle, but one game which isn't going to be a long battle is the Nodebek-Hari board. Nodebek keeps his advantage in that one against Harikrishna. And let's quickly take a look at this before we go over to the tournament leader.
Oh goodness, there's a pawn on b7. So
it's supposed to be a black pawn there.
Yes, not the first time in the event. Grischuk against Gukesh, where Gukesh's pawn was all the way up on b7, but this is just completely over because white has an absolutely free hand. There's no attack against the white king. If you wanted to prepare, you can just slowly bring your rook and bring one to c8. This is very hopeless.
This looks busted, and also notice how that knight on d5 takes away all the key squares for black to actually put pressure on that b7 pawn, with the rook penetrating on the 7th rank and then doubling up on the c line and going ahead with rook c8. It almost feels like a plan that's hard to stop. h5, it creates a lift for the king, but no targets on the king side. This was a Nodebek show and a tough start for Harikrishna today in the final day of the Rapid of the Tata Steel Chess India. The one player who's been on fire, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is in pole position, a half-point lead ahead of Radjabov, and it looks like he's going to extend that lead. Let's jump over to the endgame between Arjun and the Frenchman with 3 names. And there we have it. Look at this. He's dominating the board. Just compare each of the pieces that black has, the pawns, and you just know who's the one playing for a win here. That last move, h5, it gets awarded an exclamation mark, and that's because you end up winning another pawn on the board. But also, that knight on e3, putting so much pressure on c2, tying down white's rook to defend that. I just feel that this should be a conversion that Maxime should be able to make.
There's almost no moves for white because rook g2 is a huge threat, whether or not it's check, and you can go rook g2. The king will slide to d3, so that's how Arjun is hoping to defend. But Tanya, a4, c4, c2, they're all isolated pawns in this position, and look at black's pawn structure. This chain of pawns means that white's pawns are stuck in place. There was one opportunity. I'm just going to go back. I think at this moment, white had to play a5 because if black takes here, at the very least, there are double pawns that you can go after. And if you can't play b5 because the c5 pawn was loose. So a5, I think, was white's last chance. And once we saw the trades, he went a5 as black, which the computer awards a question mark that was something perhaps a little bit better. But I think from a practical point of view, it's just completely hopeless for white. Just you're not going to survive a position like this against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Well, he's given this check on g2. The king is on d3, and I just feels that black has done everything right. But what is the way forward? Now, one thing that comes to mind is that if there's a check on this king, that would be really hard to meet because the knight on d2 will be hanging. So I think this last move, knight g4, explains just that. Also putting pressure on the clock. 2 minutes ahead from Arjun. Knight e5 is a threat on the board.
And I want to point something out, that chess.com doesn't just freely award exclamation points. It means that this was the only move to keep a huge advantage. So if we go back to this position and make any move, it looks like white can't do anything. You see the evaluation mark go way back towards the center. So knight to g4 was a very precise move here, threatening knight e5, as you point out. Knight f2 also. Oh, knight f2 is great because you're going to get discovered check against the king. So it does seem like this was the accurate reply that Maxime needed to help him extend his lead to a full point once he wins this game.
Just incredibly precise play by the French Grandmaster. I just want to point out, if white was to try and get active with the move knight to e4, you want to get your knight out of the way. This actually ends up in checkmate, knight e5, and it is game over. Look at the way the knight, the rook, and the d4 pawn are coordinating with such little material on the board. There are mating patterns when a white's king is on d3. Knight g4, I'm loving this move.
Fantastic play from Maxime. He's moving his knight in, it looks like, after knight f3, knight check. And where is the knight going to? That's the big question. back to e4.
It's a nice square, but your king comes forward to d3. Does he want to just put that knight on c3 and start targeting the a4 pawn?
Yes, because if you defend the a4 pawn, rook g3.
Wow.
Just complete awareness and control from Maxime. And for Arjun, it's going to be a tough result here in the final day of the Rapid.
Can I just say with the black pieces, this has been flawless play by Maxime. From the middle game to the end game, just the transposition of the advantage that he had with the pawn structure, recapturing on e4 with that f pawn at a critical moment, advancing it to e3. He's just showing his class right now. And also we see Arjun has got under 2 minutes to defend a very difficult position. He's trying to give a check and slide the rook to f8 to defend that f3 knight. Amongst other things, a black can just simply start picking up the pawns, knight a4. But instead, he first targets the rook on f8. White has to keep it connected to the knight on f3. And I'm just expecting knight a4 here.
This king is in a checkmating net, so I would love, I can't, because the knight covers g1, but my point is I would love to get my rook to d1, as that would force knight d2 as a defense. So he's going for it. Yeah, he is going for it. He's saying that white can't move anything. Let me play rook h1, rook d1, and that should end in immediate victory for black.
And the a4 pawn can be picked up at any moment. There's no piece that white has that can actually defend that pawn. So instead, Maxime wants bigger things. He's going for the king.
I don't think there's anything that white can do to stop it. If you move your king out of the pin, the rook still goes back down to h1, threatening checkmate on d1. And Maxime looks like he is about to grab that rook, and he plays it. White is completely hopeless, frozen, no ideas of his own. And as you said, a4 can be captured whenever Maxime wants.
If white was to sacrifice the piece for the d4 pawn to try and fight the d1 mate, you can just pick up the a4 pawn at the end. You go back knight e1. Then you can again just pick up the a4 pawn at the time that suits you. Once again, Maxime showing some top-class chess in this one, not rushing with decisions, not playing the obvious move, but continuing to put pressure. Knight goes back, and now I think he's reaching for that queenside pawn, and the a-pawn will be unstoppable. The black knight can also jump to b2 and say, you know what, I'm not happy with just one pawn, give me that c4 pawn as well.
Sometimes greed is good, it would seem, and taking the c4 pawn would give another extra pawn and a passer for black. So it's one single check from Arjun. It's an unfortunate game for him. Maxime just played the better chess.
He really did, and I think this one will go Maxime's way. Arjun's still going to fight it out till the end. He's of course a tricky player, but it's just that these kind of positions, it's impossible to create tricks. If it's a messy middle game where your opponent has the advantage, you know, these youngsters, it's not over till it's over against them because they're so resourceful. But it's hard to even come up with a defensive idea or a trick in this position that could swindle the game in Arjun's favor.
There are none, and Maxime will go to clear first by a full point. And the thing about Radjabov's draw, when we said he wanted to take the safe approach, he plays Maxime in the final round. So if Raja wins his next two games, he will catch up to Maxime by default. So that's the good news for Timur, is that he's still in the running because he gets to play the tournament leader head-to-head in round 9.
But then he needs to make sure that he wins the next game to have a shot at that. Right now it looks like Maxime is running away with this game. He comes back with that knight to c3, and now the a-pawn will start marching down the board. The black king can move forward but also find safety on the a6 square from the checks, and I think that's where the king is headed. King c7, so you just go king c6, king b7, king a6, and there are no checks in the position. I don't think this game is going to last more than a couple of moves.
White cannot move anything but the rook. If you move the king, you lose your knight. If you move your knight, you lose your king, because rook d1 is checkmate, just to show that this is actually checkmate. The pawn protects the knight and covers the e3 escape square. The knight protects the rook and covers that escape square, and the rook delivers the mate. So there are no moves for white here except with the rook.
And the rook also is going to run out of moves really soon. And we see there the king has landed on a6. Probably going to go back, rook to g8, trying to give a check on 8. This one's going to finish soon. Should we switch to another board, Robert?
Let's do it. We haven't looked at Vincent against Grischuk in a long time, and we had the chat involved seeing if there would be time trouble for Grischuk. And he has more time than Keymer does, but this game did reach the end of its stages, and I think this is anyone's contest. It's a material advantage in terms of rooks for white, but black has a knight and 2 pawns for that rook.
and the opposite color bishop complex, which gives black a lot of play on the dark squares, which can't be challenged either. So despite being an exchange down, I think all these factors give Grischuk enough play to maybe even start thinking about trying to go for a win at some point if white is careless. And yes, the clocks are level at the moment. But I have a feeling that Alexander Grischuk is pushing for more here. He is feeling ambitious. Why black can't allow g4, has to move forward with that bishop to f5.
Right, because g4 simply wins the bishop on h3. Also, g5 takes away that rook f4 move. Rook f4 was dangerous to pile up pressure on f7. And the one thing I want to point out is that some moment, white can consider rook takes bishop. Because if white takes this bishop, then this a-pawn starts running very quickly. So keep an eye on that, Alexander. And this knight, by the way, doesn't have too many squares once the pawn gets to a5.
And I'm sure Vincent's keeping an eye out on that tactic of giving back the exchange but creating a passer. And now Vincent with just 15 seconds on the clock. Let's use this moment to jump over to the Vidit board. And a lot has happened in that one. I'm just trying to make a little bit of what's going on in the position. Black still has the bishop pair, but the Valbar gives a huge advantage to white. Look at that knight on d5. That rook on e7. The bishop coming into the attack. Is there some kind of a checkmating box that the black king is in?
It was a checkmating net, and here you see a resignation from Vidit. It is a forced mate and a win for Praggnanandhaa. So he made me eat my words. He said, you think it's more likely to be a draw? No way.
And maybe we can just show that what happened there. Actually, he resigned because after king e8, there's rook to d8 that finishes the game with a mate. And there was no way that black's king could have found any solace on the b8 square, because then the bishop comes to attack, and it's not an attack, it's game over with another checkmate. So really nice combination of the knight, rook and bishop working together to get the king in a kill zone.
The activity, black's pieces, the rook in the corner, the bishop on f1, they're scattered. They could not help defend the black king. A nice win for Praggnanandhaa in the end there. That was a complicated battle that he came out on top of.
And Arjun couldn't defend himself against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That game has ended as we predicted. Maybe we can just see the last couple of moves. We see the final position. The a-pawn did find its way all the way down. Unstoppable with white's pieces just stuck. Look at that knight on c3 taking away all the key squares. You can't even go for this pawn. There's a fork on b1. And by the time white's king managed to get to c1, black's pawn was super protected and super close to queening a2, and that was it.
Very sad game there and sad finish for Arjun, but a great win for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We do have just 2 games remaining. Which one should we head to? The Nodirbek is still playing against Hari. That's also surprising.
And we should go to that because a lot has happened, and we had written this game off as Hari being busted, but it might not be the case. Let's do a quick material count here, Robert. Black does have... one second, black has an extra pawn, and with no other pieces on the board, rook c8 is a far off dream to actually promote the b7 pawn.
So how did Hari survive? This is my first question. And he gives up a pawn with check here. What a big decision. This is so instructive. He recognized that if he took on f3 and this king takes on f3, the king is too quick. It's not about the pawn count. It's about the pawn race. And because this pawn on g7 is captured, the black king goes to f5. You can't get away with taking on g4 without dropping b7. Such amazing recognition from Hari. He's had a tough event. He had a horrible position. But just like Vincent fought back against him, he's fighting back against Nodirbek.
But I really want to see how did he manage to fight back in this game, because Robert, it looked completely lost for black at some point, and we left it when we saw that there was this threat of rook to c7.
This was the position, and somehow the game did not conclude. Black continued fighting. The rooks are lined up. How in the world? 97 check, given the double exclamation point, something that players really only dream of typically. And oh, there it was. There it was. I'm going to go back in time. Queen to c3 apparently was the mistake. Queen f7 was the more precise move. He didn't play this because he probably thought queen d4. Black is active. But after rook c8...
Because the queen defends the b7 pawn laterally. So queen f7, not only threatening mate, but a key defender for that queening pawn.
That's right. And instead he went to queen c3 and rook e7. And then let's go to the game. There were more mistakes. That's what happens in time trouble. But the queens came off the board. And as we go back to the current endgame, just as we left it, there was a mistake from Hari apparently, and the king goes to e3, and is there going to be some kind of zugzwang?
And I think clock tells that story because Hari's playing on second right now. It's not an easy endgame to defend. He has made a mistake, so you've got to keep the rook on the 7th rank. Is he considering taking on g4, giving up that b7 pawn? I don't believe that you'd have any winning chances if you trade.
No, it's like a rook h7. I think the problem is the black king can't keep the white king out of e4. After king f5, move the rook somewhere along the way, and then play king e4. So black is going to try to keep the opposition, keep the white king out of advancing, but rook h6 check followed by king takes e5. Is this a winning king and pawn endgame that we might see?
Because white's king is closer to black's g4 pawn, and you're talking about the line if you give it check, black's king falls back. You pick up the e5 pawn, rook b7, but the Valbar disagrees that black is in time to put pressure on the b3 pawn. And it looks like this will end in a draw, but it's so hard to see from that initial position.
And look at this. White queens first with check. But for those of you at home, this is a theoretical draw because if you try to keep the king away, the king hides in the corner. This would be stalemate, so the white king cannot venture closer.
Oh my
that
God.
would be a stalemate.
Robert, he's given a check on h6.
Oh
and
my
he
gosh.
picks up the e5 pawn. He cannot go into a king pawn endgame. Is it a draw after king e5, rook b7?
It looks like that king and pawn game is a draw, but there's still a win here. And because it's not king takes e5, look at Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He could take a free pawn in front of him, but what he recognizes is not about capturing that pawn in the center. It's about getting your passed pawn free. Amazing stuff from
Quality
Nodirbek.
of pawns here. He wants to pick up the g4 pawn, so he's able to queen faster. And king f5, that move deserves more than one exclamation mark. And the difference in this king pawn ending will be if black was to take on b7, you trade off the rooks and you're so much faster because you've gotten to the right pawn. You trade the rooks after king g4, and in this line, you're close enough to the e pawn for it to be any dangerous, but black isn't in time to get that a pawn to the critical a2 square.
That's right. White queens just a little bit too quickly. We're seeing just this. We'll let the players' moves do the talking. And Nodirbek, he should be able to find a victory here, but there are some tricks. Perhaps black king is trying to come to d5 and push this pawn. I'm not sure if it's in time. We need to do a 1-by-1 count.
And that's what king pawn endings are about. It's about calculation here. And perhaps we can do a full screen of the players right now with our board. Let's zoom into the action. This is what we have. Players playing on seconds. They need to be precise. King pawn endings are just about one mistake, and that's the difference between half a point and winning the game.
And you see the exclamation point. King f3 was the only winning move for Nodirbek.
Look at Nodirbek. He's looking. Yeah. He's giving the death stare right now.
And we've seen him do that to Magnus Carlsen. He's playing like Magnus Carlsen with this endgame finesse.
And the g-pawn advancing down the board. And look at the speed with which he's calculated it all the way to the end. And again, white's king is closer to that a-pawn. He's the one who's going to get to that pawn first. Black's king not in time to hold this position.
The way that black would be able to draw, not in this position, but is to play a4 and then sprint to the a8 square. But black is not in time because white's king is just going to make use of the diagonals and get there one step too soon.
And also, let's point out, you pick up the a5 pawn. Black's king is in time to target the b3 pawn from c3. You can just draw the arrows here, Robert. King d5, king f5, king c5, king e4, king b5, king d3, king a5, king c3. But your king is at the right spot to save that pawn. The pawn can advance to b4 and queens to victory.
Wow, what a sequence. Did you see how quickly Nodirbek figured that out? And he stared at his opponent like, do you see what I'm seeing? Because this is game over.
It is game over right now. Look at that confidence. And Nodirbek, while he was giving that stare, he was calculating all of this in his head. And he just blitzed out, bulleted out those moves once he got the chance. And right now, I think it's still on his mind.
And you see Hari, he makes the king move, but the white king is zigzagging in here. And what's so important is that once king e7 plays, you play king c6, not king to c5. And we're going to see it right now. King c6 will be the move. He plays it. This is the win for white.
And king c5 would have drawn because then black advances the a-pawn. And we do have a result. Such precise play here by Nodirbek. Let's show that why king c6 was so important. You have to shoulder black's king to make sure that it doesn't arrive at the a8 square when black sacrifices the pawn.
If this king was on c8, it's a draw, but after king d8, king b7, you do not get in. So the white pawn is escorted by the king. And just one more thing here, that after, in this position, if king c5, this is a draw, because after a4, pawn takes. Now when I go here, king b6, king c8, the problem is the boundary. Normally this would be a win if the pawn was in a different file, but on the rook file, the black king goes back and forth, and all this white pawn can do is get in front of the king, but can't get any further.
And when you fall back with the king to get that pawn further, black's king find its way to that a8 square. But it was intense watching Nordebek play those last couple of moves. We got one more game remaining, but not for long, Robert. It's Vincent Keymer against Alexander Grischuk. And Sasha has got an extra bishop in the position. This should not be too difficult.
Yeah, before there was an extra minor piece for a rook. Now that rook has disappeared, so it's just an extra minor piece. But black had all these pawns that probably Vincent had to sacrifice his rook to stop them. And this should be very straightforward. Several reasons why.
So straightforward that Vincent doesn't even want to continue. Rook c2, rook c3 ideas. That pawn on a5 is the right square as the dark squared bishop on a1 queening. And of course, Vincent has got no chances in this position. Alexander Grischuk takes the win.
4 points for him. I think he is, besides the blunder that he had, we saw the shock on his face, we haven't really tuned into too many of his games, but Alexander Grischuk beats the youngster, the teenager from Germany, the number 1 from Germany with the black pieces. Now he has 4 points out of 7 games. He's doing very well.
Despite that one move blunder which can shake any mere mortal up to go on a tilt in the tournament, knight f2 in a winning position against Temur, giving up that queen with a one move blunder, but he has bounced back, and Vishy said that is the thing about Sasha. He just forgets it. He moves on and he managed to make some comeback victories, and we've had 4 decisive games. Speaking of victories, so it's been a bloodbath of a round with the only draw between Radjabov and Gukesh also being a big fight.
Yeah, that was not just peace from the beginning. That was a game that could have gone either way. It was messy. Both sides took their chances, but when all was said and done, a draw was a fair result. But 4 decisive games. There were 4 people who were extremely happy after round 7 and 4 people who will be quite displeased with their performance.
But you can't blame the players because they had to give it their all, and that means that you do get more decisive action at the very end, the last day of the Tata Steel Chess Rapid, and going into the penultimate round. This is where we stand. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with that impressive win against Arjun. He extends the lead by 1 point, Robert.
But as we pointed out, that Radjabov does get to play Maxime in the final round. So he trails by a point right now. As long as he can keep that separation, he can beat Maxime in the last game and tie him. But Maxime beating him, Vidit was very close, but nobody else has looked like they can take a full point away from him.
And the nightmare does continue for Arjun and for Harikrishna in the tournament. Hari with that loss against Nordebek. Nordebek was just on fire in those last few moves. I would be scared to be around him, facing him with that stare against Hari. And the drama does continue as we've got a big game 8 coming up. Let's take a look at our matchups for the upcoming round.
So many big matchups. That's the great thing about this tournament. Every single one is fantastic. Look at the top. Maxime, the tournament leader, is playing against Hari, who's at the bottom of the standings. Ooh, that's a tough one for Hari.
It's a tough one for Hari, but if he can just get back into form in these last 2 games, he can play spoiler right now to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's game. We all know what a great player Hari is, just how strong he is, but he has had a tough game right now.
But there are tricks of the mind here. When you play somebody who's as strong as Hari, he's having a bad tournament. That doesn't mean that he can't beat you when he sits across from you. So you can't just think for a win from move 1. And Maxime knows that. He's so strong. He's a former World Blitz champion. He's not just going to say, all right, he's doing badly, let me just go to crush him, because Hari is that strong. He's been at the top of chess for so long now. He will fight each and every game.
Oh, he's going to fight each and every game. And let's have those pairings up just for a moment, because we've been talking about Maxime against Hari being a big one for the French Grandmasters. But in the pairings, if we can have them on our screen one more time. I also noticed that our next matchup is between Temur Radjabov and Arjun Agassi. Arjun, also a player who has been struggling. Producer G, if we can have the pairings on the screen, please. Temur against Arjun. That's a big one coming up for the Azerbaijani Grandmaster.
It's the same story, right? Where Raja's having a good event. Arjun, he's struggling. He's been inconsistent. But Arjun, in one single game, he can crush anybody on the planet, no matter if you're struggling or doing well. So for Arjun Erigaisi, he can also play spoiler at this point. His term is not going the way that he would have liked it. He has won this event before, but this time it's not going to be his for the title.
Maxime has got a 1-point lead, a big final game, a penultimate game coming up before that big final matchup between Maxime and Temur Radjabov. These are the matchups, and we're discussing all the scenarios of who will be a winner. We did ask the local fans, the chess fans here in Kolkata, who are they rooting for? Take a look. Welcome back, everyone. We are live from Kolkata. It is the penultimate round of the Tata Steel Chess India, and the action is on. For Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he has a 1-point lead. Temur Radjabov is in the race as he will be playing Maxime in round 9. Before getting to the action, let's quickly bring up our standings going into round 8. And this is where we stand with our leaderboard. Robert, there can still be a lot of shuffling around.
There can be, especially for Temur Radjabov, who is a point behind Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He gets him in the 9th and final round. But if Maxime wins his game and Temur does not do the same, we already will know our champion of the Tata Steel India Rapid event.
Absolutely. So, critical game for Maxime, who is playing against a player who is struggling in the tournament. Maxime up against Harikrishna. Let's quickly bring up our matchups, the pairings for round 8 before we get into the action. And there we see two of the most critical matches. And we've got Temur fighting against Arjun. Temur has to win to try to get to that first place. And for Maxime, it's a golden opportunity. He takes down the out of form, the not in shape Harikrishna. He seals the deal.
That would be incredible to win with a round to spare. We also have an all-India matchup, Gukesh against Praggnanandhaa. Normally that would be our star match of the round, but with MVL in the form that he's in, it's just the Frenchman's tournament right now.
But it is Gukesh against Prag that the Indian fans will be super excited to watch the battle between these two teenagers who've been taking the world by storm. Praggnanandhaa, the superstar that he's been in the past couple of tournaments, and Gukesh, the new India number 1. He's in the world top 10 already, over 2750. And we've got Alexander Grischuk taking on the other teenager, Nodebek Abdusattorov, who scored a fantastic endgame win against Hari. Action is on. Openings are on. That is our playing hall right now. Robert, let's get to the chess.
Let's do it, because the players, they're doing the same. They are already past the opening stage of some of their games, and you see the concentration. Although, who's that looking up at the screen? There's somebody, is that Prag? I think that's Prag against Gukesh who's looking up. But there is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking on Harikrishna. And for Hari, he is the black piece in this game. Whoa, you see the move that was just played? Like, I've seen this position many times. And the knight came into c4. So we can start from move 1 because it's a very typical opening play in this Berlin. But at this stage here, Maxime, he prefers his rook e2 move. Rook e1 looks more normal to keep the bishop open, but rook e2 allows a doubling of the rooks later in the game. And then knight to c4. So this is new for me, but clearly not new for Maxime.
Very interesting. And Maxime quickly responding with b3, hitting that knight, also hinting at fan-catering his queenside bishop to b2, and then eventually advancing the c-pawn to c4 to gain more space in the center. It's slightly surprising to me that Hari plays this new move, knight c4. Maxime quickly responds with b3, and then Hari goes into a think again.
And he's going to bring his knight back to b6, so he does just that. But yeah, to think after putting knight in c4, it feels like b3 is a very logical choice. But maybe he's just gathering his bearings. It has not been his event, so sometimes you just need to settle into the chair, especially after a tough loss, and then try to come up with your best play in this game.
All right, well, this is a Berlin. We know that means that it's going to be a long game, and the question is going to be, how ambitious will Maxime get with the white pieces? Will he try to seal his tournament victory in this round by taking that extra risk? But when you're playing against a stalwart like Hari, regardless of his form, regardless of the past performances, that can come back to haunt you. You have to be careful. You have to play the position. And queen d3 is the move of choice here. So once again, he wants to eventually advance with that c-pawn to c4, gain more space. The bishop from c1 can go to c2. b2, we will come back to this. But when we speak of Maxime right now, we have to go to Temur Radjabov's board, as he's the player closest to catch up with the tournament leader.
And Temur, he is somebody who sometimes brings out some vicious opening play. And in this round against Arjun Erigaisi, look at this position. This isn't the Radjabov that some people say makes a lot of draws, isn't fighting. That was a storyline of several years ago. Look at this position. He's fighting.
He is fighting, and he's playing against Arjun, who's also struggled a little bit in this tournament. hasn't really been able to get his form going. So Raja looking for the win despite playing with the black pieces. And Robert, a very non-standard opening outcome. We see a dynamic position here. That last move, knight to g4, offering a trade. Should we just back up and take a look at how we got here to understand the position better?
Let's do it, because in this day and age, so many players, they play e5 on move 1 as black, play solid chess. Instead, we see a Sicilian, and Raja feels that pressure. He feels like he needs to win the Rossolimo, all the rage at the 2018 World Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. And here we get a very fun opening where white gets to control the center, but black in the very near future, we'll see it here, played f5 to strike at white's clamp. So Tanya, when you see an opening like this, we know that we're going to see players who are ambitious, but whose opening would you take? Do you like this from the white side or the black side?
I would definitely take Raja's tournament situation in this game. With the opening, I think it depends on who is better prepared here. You see the move f5, you've got to know what you're doing, and hopefully Arjun knows what he's doing as well, because it requires a decision in the center. He trades the pawns, offers the bishop trade, which Temur refuses. He wants to keep that bishop on the board because from e6 you want to control your light squares. There are all these pawn moves, d6, e5, the structure that's created that creates weaknesses. So you want to keep the bishop of the same square. Makes a lot of sense. White reroutes the knight to the center of the board, continues with development. Kings are brought to safety. Black's knight jumps forward. And I like this. I think it's really instructive. The bishop that Radjabov has chosen to trade off, he keeps the light squared bishop, making sure that the weak squares in his camp stay controlled, but he gets rid of his bad bishop.
That bishop was bad. It stares into a pawn like it does in many Najdorf structures. So the bishop on e7 gone, that's good news. Look at black's pieces. All of them are coordinated here, playing a role in this board. And I'm putting them all in blue, but they're not feeling particularly blue. White's pieces also looking good. They're all connected with one another. And now it's time to figure out, do I play rook d1? Do I play rook e1? Am I going for an f4? What exactly is white's plan? And for black, is there going to be a queen f7, knight h5, and some activity against the white king?
I like that. I like the idea of getting your queen involved in the kingside attack. You've sort of brought all the toys to the party. Every single piece is compact, playing in the center of the board. Queen f7 looks like a really nice move to me. You're always eyeing these sacrifices on h3 at the right moment. Queen f7 also defends that h5 square, so the knight can jump from h5 to f4. Building more pressure on the white's king.
It's a position where Temur is sitting and thinking, so maybe he's finally out of his preparation, but it's about these light squares in the center. This d6 pawn can become a weakness if white can double up on the line, so I think that at this stage, both sides have their chances.
Yes, and that's exactly the kind of chess that we like. And Queen f7 on the board, really nice call there by you, Robert, and the moment it's played, there is a cross, but I think we can ignore that. It is such a human move.
Okay, I'm going to use the end and see what they wanted, why this possibly is a bad decision. What? Bishop takes h3? Because a pawn takes... Oh, the bishop here is trapped. That is such an easy thing to overlook because you're not expecting it, but the bishop is stuck.
That's a whole new level of clearance tactics. You clear up the E line to keep that E4 pawn defended, and even though there'll be material balance, look at white's kingside structure. You've destroyed it there. Wow, this was a huge opportunity for Temur Radjabov. Once again, can't fault him for missing this. Once the engine shows such a line, it becomes so obvious. You can't unsee it. But to figure it out, to even get bishop h3 in your mind, in your radar, is a tough ask.
And this is why you have to sort of talk to yourself about the position. If we go back to this point over here, this bishop on d3 has access on this diagonal, but it's clear it doesn't have any retreating moves. I can explain the tactic after I've been instructed about it, but I did not see that in advance. I will not pretend so. I had to look with the engine. But bishop takes h3, what a shot out of nowhere, because queen f7, as was played, a very logical move, trying to go knight h5, knight f4, go for that attack. But it wasn't just about the attack. That white's pieces were stepping on each other's toes, and now that light square control that you talked about, Tanya, there's knight to e3, control all these squares is obviously a checkmate threat. It seems that Arjun has a quite nice position at this stage.
And Black just didn't have enough time to avoid that knight trade in the center, because that d6 pawn is the one weakness in Black's camp here. So you have to watch out with it. With the queen moving to f7, it disconnected from defending that pawn, so the knight trade had to happen. And Arjun using that opportunity to get rid of a very potentially dangerous piece for him. Queen e4, you pointed out the mate in one threat that's there. Black can continue developing that queen to h5, the move, the position that the square that it eventually, I think, wants to arrive on. You're also targeting some rook lifts in the position. Rook f6, joining in the attack. You could look at doubling up or moving further towards the king side. He's having a think. He goes for another path. So Arjun instead, Temur instead, decides to block the diagonal with the move g6. Also hinting at a potential bishop f5.
The square is now defended by a pawn, which means the queen would have to move out of the way. So bishop f5 is on the docket. The c4 pawn, is that a weakness? Is it a strength? It stops d5. He plays b3 just to defend it right away. d5 is not stopped. You can make this move right now, but you didn't have to calculate, is the isolated pawn a huge weakness, or can I even push it up to e4? It was missed the first time. Maybe at another moment, the pawn push will be useful.
And d5 is a break that you have to have on your radar. Bishop h3 was a tough, big ask, but I think in these Sicilian positions, in this when you have a d6 weakness, it's such a thematic idea to neutralize that weakness with a central pawn break. We will come back to see this, how it progresses. Could have been a completely different narrative had Temur spotted that critical tactic in this very critical match. Let's head over to the Gukesh versus Pragg action. I know the fans are dying to see it. And once again, shout out to Rakesh Bhai, who's telling us that it is their first ever over-the-board rapid game encounter between Pragg and Gukesh. And that's so hard to imagine that being true, but that's the case. And overall, their head-to-head is very level, with 2 points to each of them and 1 draw. So a very level score, and their first ever OTB rapid.
It's surprising, but it also makes perfect sense. They're so young that when could they have played each other in so many rapid games? But because they're often mentioned in the same sentence. When you think about the Indian stars, you have Gukesh, who's now top 10 in the world, and you have Praggnanandhaa, who finished second in the World Cup. They're in the same sentence, so you expect that they've played each other many times. But this is their first rapid game against each other, and what a game we have in front of us, because they're holding nothing back.
Yeah, it's quite a fight between these two, and we see a very fighting position. Pragg is the first Indian after Anand to qualify for the candidates. It will be his first candidates in 2024. And Robert, it's early to say, but what do you think about this experience that he's going to have? Because the Indian fans have so much expectation from him.
And that's the hard part for these young players. When Alireza Firouzja, the Iranian-French star, he played in the last candidates, he had reached 2,800. He was number 2 in the world at some point behind Magnus. Everyone thought suddenly he's going to win the candidates. But actually, if you spoke to many players around the world, they're saying it's going to be hard for me. He doesn't have that experience. He doesn't have all those years of opening preparation. And when you are used to playing in tournaments where you're not facing the top 10 every single game, you get more opportunities. But when you're playing the stars, the people who make the candidates, are all super duper strong, there's not a single player that you can look at and say, I'm going to try to beat them. No, your opening preparations be through the roof. That for younger players, it's not always easy. And with these high expectations, with the media pressure, that can hurt them sometimes. But as we heard from Anand, it seems like Pragg, Gukesh, they're able to just push that aside. And I love what Praggnanandhaa said at the opening ceremony. He said, I'm the first person since Anand for right now from India, because there are other spots open. Gukesh is doing very well in the circuit because, for those of you who are unaware, there's the FIDE circuit, and it's a bunch of classical terms. Take your top 5 performances throughout the year. You can play in more than 5, but it will only count your top 5, and he's performed so well throughout the year to raise his rating that he may be the second Indian player since Anand and to join the candidates tournament.
Gukesh is the closest to that fight to make it into the candidates through the circuit that you pointed out. And for Pragg, it's also going to be such a huge experience to play the candidates, because it's a tournament with a whole different dynamics. It's the second place doesn't matter. The only thing that matters in the 24 candidates, the only thing that the players are fighting for is that first spot to fight in the World Championship match.
Well, you say second place doesn't matter.
Oh, yes.
But what if Ding suddenly decides that he doesn't want to play the World Championship anymore, and then second place again matters? Or they have to come up with a new system because the World Champions don't want to keep that title. But both of these two players, Praggnanandhaa, he's already in the candidates. Gukesh, I mean, he has a very good chance, but it's going to be difficult with Anish Giri and so many other players in that FIDE circuit. Just right there, neck and neck with him.
Well, we might see this matchup again in the candidates if Gukesh makes it through, but right now they do face each other. They are sitting facing each other for the first time in an over-the-board rapid game, and it looks like both have come out with guns blazing. Let's get to the position. White has got the pawn storm on the queen side, while black is going all out in the center, but black's king is still in the center, and does that give white enough time to create pressure against these pawns?
Well, I was wondering why there was a question mark on black's last move going e5, and the reason why is because the king is in the center, black could have played g5. What a ferocious move that would have been. The point is that the pawn on g5 probably shouldn't be taken because h2 is loose with check, and black gets a quick attack against the white king. Their pawns are being removed. And if you play a move like g3, black just expands with g4. Later we might see an h5, h4, unless white puts the knight here, but that knight is stuck. You put your knight in a position where it can't leap forward. Drawing arrows poorly, but none of these squares are available to white, and so black would then be able to leave that knight there and play around it. And I guess the claim is that this knight is just so badly misplaced that black can even start trading off the dark square bishops and take control of key squares.
That's very important to actually trade off that bishop on b2, because g5, I think it's a move that you really don't want to make unless you know what you're doing, because you're opening up this entire long diagonal. So really nicely pointed out there, but instead a different approach by Pragg. He goes for the central control on e5, and I'm once again looking at this move, which has been the response by Gukesh. He decides to go back with the knight to d2. Is he potentially hinting at a pawn break in the center with the move e4? And the idea is, right, you want to provoke black's central pawns to move forward so you can get some squares for your pieces. Once this pawn lands on d4, that knight from d2 can jump to c4 and start assisting the queen side pawns down the board. a5, b6 coming in. That's a beautiful knight that you're looking at. So the fact that Pragg needs one move to get his king to safety, if white is able to build pressure against those central pawns, Gukesh might seize the initiative.
And very good awareness from Gukesh, because normally we say, why are you bringing this knight out? Let's bring the undeveloped knight. But if he had done that, e4 was the big threat, kicking the knight away from the defense of the h2 pawn. So he takes care of that issue, that tactic, and goes for a strategic play. As Tanya, you just said, e4 is a very strong idea, even if it's temporary pawn sacrifice. And look at Pragg. He says, sorry, were you talking about e4? Yes, I will. Thank you. Whoa. And f4.
And the players just continue to blitz their moves. So e4 played on a very committal move there by Gukesh. The more I look at it, I like it, Robert, because after f4, if you don't go for en passant, the point is that your bishop on d6 will be dead for the rest of the game. There is no attack on h2. I've taken away a key e5 square for your piece to bounce on, target my bishop on b2, get to d3. But if you were to take on f3, then after this trade I can pick it up with my knight. My knight defends that h2 square, as you pointed out, and the bishop on b2 now, again a super active piece combined with that rook on f1. Once again, notice how those central pawns do look very weak in this position.
The pawns are easy to attack. Knight c3 coming next. So this move, f4, a great try from Gukesh. And one of the big questions that black is asked here is, if I take it, how bad is that for me? But if I leave it, where is my play coming from? An idea with d4 at some moment, not with your king in the center, could be up in the air. And also a move like c4, bring your knight into d3. This is such a bad strategic move, right? It looks horrible, but if this knight can quickly jump into d3, suddenly black might have some counterplay. I don't like c4. I'm going to be honest. It looks very dangerous, and it gives huge control to white in the center. But there are some ideas with this move c4 because the c5 square is a transit square.
It's one of those things, right, where principally you don't want to make c4 because of the weaknesses that you're leaving behind, which is the story with pawn moves in chess. You have to be careful about the squares you leave behind. But it reminds me of what Anand said about these young players, that they're so concrete in their thinking that traditional chess wisdom is not the priority. If Pragg sees c4, and the idea that you're pointing out with the knight jumping into c5, there's no immediate repetition of the move c4. He may as well play it, and that's one of the big strengths of these youngsters, that it's not about as much about these strategic principled ideas, but more about concrete chess and calculation. For Pragg, if he feels his chance isn't getting that knight in, I won't be surprised if we see c4.
This knight is kind of stuck right now, so c4 is a big decision. But there is a downside for not necessarily focusing on the old strategic games. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he took advantage of that yesterday against Vincent Keymer. Saravanan was talking to us, and we read his report on chess.com. You can read that yourself on chess.com news. It was a really instructive point by Maxime. He put his knight back to g1, up to h3, to f4, and to d5, and he was saying, I wasn't sure if Vincent knew some of these classic games with his knight kind of rerouting, and he needed to stop that. So these concepts, they may not be so familiar to some of our audience, but a move like c4, it's such a commitment. It gives away all the squares that the players who were in Zurich 1953, they would never play a move like c4 because they would rather lose the game than make such a strategic sacrifice.
Chat, what do you think? Will Pragg go for this move c4? Super committal, leaving these strategic big squares on the board, but then also getting the knight into the attack. And Pragg, he's taking his time right now, so it's something that he is considering. I don't believe that he wants to en passant here, opening up the rook and the bishop. That perhaps would be the worst decision on the board. It just feels like it gives so much activity to the white pieces. We will come back to this and find out Pragg's decision. Let's continue our tour, and I want to draw your attention to the Vidit-Vincent game, as you were talking about earlier. Vincent Keymer with that loss against Maxime, one of the positional masterpieces that we've seen in the Tata Steel Chess India, but this one's not going to be a positional battle at all.
What am I looking at here? It feels like a very normal position, and there's a pawn on g5. So why is that pawn out here? Let's go back in time. I think it's good to just see the last few moves. You don't have to go back to the beginning. But around here, this looks quite standard. Right? You're a d4 player. You get positions like this. They're closed. And then suddenly, here comes the knight to h5. And at this point, white strikes in the center, and black plays g5. So what a huge decision, trying to trap this bishop on e5. So it makes perfect sense, but it also carries a ton of risks.
Yes, again, pawn moves. You can't take those back, and every pawn move comes with its own set of consequences. Here, it could prove to be weakening black's king side, the squares in front of the king, the dark square weaknesses. And we see with it responding to that threat of the bishop getting trapped, with the move trading on d5 and then counter-attacking the light square bishop. The bishop then moved forward to c4, and Vidit continues to pursue it with the move b3. Only square is on the d3 square, and after that more trades in the center. And because of this move g5 that you're highlighting, I do like white's position. It just feels that if white is able to navigate through these immediate threats like f6, that bishop from g2 can go to h3. I'm targeting that knight on d7, which is pinned because of that rook on c8. Your a7 pawn is under fire right now. What is that knight on h5 doing? It's not coming back to f4. You have to spend time getting it back into the game. And I see Vidit is still having a think. The only threat that you have to be careful about, Robert, is f6.
And this reminds me of Vidit's loss to Arjun. Because if you play bishop h3, I really like your move, Tanya. You're threatening this knight on d7. The only way to defend it is by playing f5. You remember all those weak squares that Vidit had against Arjun? And then white was able to take advantage. Here it's not so easy to hop the knights forward for white, but look at these squares. Look at the e-file. The king on g8 is a bit exposed. I feel like this type of position could strategically be great for Vidit.
And Vidit is a very strategic player. So he definitely realizes all these points. And there's also a little bit of history between these two players. Vincent is the silver medalist in the 22 World Rapid Championship. And along the way, to get that silver medal, it was in round 12 that he beat Vidit. So it's a bit of a grudge match between these two.
Yeah, Vidit will want to get his revenge right here. And he's had this up and down tournament, or I should say down and up, because he lost in round 3, won round 4, lost in round 5, won in round 6, lost in round 7, so he loses then wins. Like, he's going like this. And so he lost round 7. If history is to teach us a lesson, maybe he's going to win in round 8, but Vincent wants no part of that.
He's not going to make it easy, but it looks, it's fair to say that the opening outcome, it's favoring Vidit. And despite our eval bar saying the position is level, from a human perspective, once you've created these weaknesses, it's often very difficult to handle and manage them. Every move has to be played precisely, because otherwise white can seize a big strategic advantage. We will keep an eye out on this one, but let's continue over to some of our other critical boards for the standings. And Robert, I'm going to ask you which one catches your attention.
Let's go back to Maxim's game, because if he can win against Hari, that could seal the deal for his tournament victory. So we'll check in on Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Pentala Harikrishna. Hari, of course, struggling in this event, but here in this game, he's trying to hold his own. So that would be big for Radjabov if Hari can withstand the pressure.
Let's do it. Let's bring up Maxim Vachier-Lagrave taking on Harikrishna. I've got my eye out on that board. It looks very level. A pair of rooks have been traded off, but my first question would be, how did that even happen?
Probably on the E-file somewhere at some point. That seems to be an easy guess for me. And he did go rook E1, and black went rook E8, and knight back to D1. So Maxime trying to reroute his pony towards the center. And after the trade, look at this decision. Normally we take an open file with our pieces, but the queen can't take because D4 is loose. And if you take with the rook, I'm guessing he didn't want all the rooks to come off the board. He wanted a little bit more life left in the position. So his bishop can improve and does up to D3. And this is the type of position where it's just slightly better for white, and I completely agree, because what's black's plan? I feel like white controls the pawn breaks. I often talk about this. The side that controls the pawn breaks is the side with the advantage, and white also has a better light square bishop, and a better dark square bishop, and a better knight at the moment, and a better rook. So pretty much all of white's pieces are better than black's, but black is very solid, which is why it's about equal. But I would think about a move like C4. I would think about expanding on the king side with G4. There's no risk in doing that because black doesn't have any pieces over there. So white can control key squares, and black will have to find a plan.
Absolutely, and one of the plans that black can have is to try and trade off as many pieces as possible when you want to neutralize the pressure. But the one thing that you don't want to end up is only with your light squared bishop, because that's a bad piece in the position. So imagine if you even trade off pieces and white has a knight against that bishop. It'll be a good knight versus bad bishop endgame that white can play on forever. One plan that comes to my mind for Hari would be to get that knight from C8 into the game. I'm looking at a path like knight E7, knight G6. I want to hit that bishop on F4. You fall back with that bishop. I can think about trying to trade it with my own dark square bishop, take some key dark squares into my control. So that could be something that Hari can consider, but right now it is white's move. And two tempting options, as you pointed out. A very direct approach in the center with C4, which is possible because of tactics. Black can't really recapture and take on the D4 pawn because of the idea that after queen D4, it just runs into the thematic bishop H7, losing the queen. But I like your other option more. The G pawn advances, you keep the tension closed in the center, the light squared bishop still not looking good, taking away key squares. You're looking at that F5 square, but also it just feels like you're gaining more space at some point. Maybe you'll fall back with the bishop and even look at the F pawn moving forward. Robert, one thing's clear, that this is going to be a slow battle. Not so many fireworks on the board, so we will wait for this to heat up. But the one position that I think is already heating up with a lot of tension in the center is Gukesh versus Pragg. Should we jump on to the youngsters fighting each other? And yes, what we discussed happened.
And no C4 yet from black, but I actually don't mind that. The question is, will he do it now? Because he can still play C4 and then try to hop his knight or his bishop out into the open. As you mentioned, Tanya, the bishop is now very bad because there's a pawn on F4 in its path. So C4, even though there are these strategic risks of giving white this D4 square in particular after C4, it does get this bishop out into the game, and that could be some good news.
And if you're not getting d4, which you're not because e4 is under fire right now, c4 is definitely something you're considering. But I'm also thinking, can black look at actually defending that e4 pawn? Because, Robert, I would be so tempted to get my d pawn rolling. I'm not leaving any holes behind. I want to create a passer. To my eyes, rook f to e8 so that the a5 square is still under control. Looks like a really nice alternative to the committal c4 as well. I'm just threatening to go d4 next.
And I see your threat, and I might just play knight to b3 to stop your threat, or at least make it not as strong. And then I might play a5. So this is going to be a race. If black can play d4, suddenly the position opens up. That's good news because black is storming forward. But white may try to throw these pawns up the board at the right moment. And Tanya, this makes it a very unclear battle.
So it is a race between whether black can strike in the center first with that d4 break, or can white get the mobility of the a pawn moving. And we do have a move, so the threat is on the board right now. d4. I like your response of getting that knight into the game, controlling that d4 square, but more importantly allowing the move a5 to happen.
It looks like white can push first on the queen side, and since d4 is really your only threat, this knight can also drop back to stop it completely. And this knight, you mentioned knight f5 in a different game, I think it was Maxim's game, and we've seen this knight venture around like Hari did against Radjabov yesterday. This knight also can run around the board up to a square like f5.
I would love to do that, but the thing that concerns me is when you go knight e2, you kind of take away control of that g4 square, which right now the queen from d1 is defending. So you have to calculate exactly. You have to calculate the outcome of a move like knight g4, and it can get a little messy because not so clear how you're defending this pawn.
I completely missed knight g4 because it was previously under my control, so I wasn't thinking in that direction. But this looks frustrating because after queen b3 is the only move that I see to defend that pawn. You could still think about c4. That comes with the tempo. You don't have to push that pawn, but at any moment, as we've been talking about, you can. So it's getting to be quite a complicated battle in this game. It's going to be about pawn pushes, really.
It is, and that's what this pawn structure is about. When you've got a majority on one side and your opponent has play on the center, it really does become a race, a really complex position out of the opening. Let's continue our tour and take a look at the Alexander Grischuk against Nordebek. We haven't done a deep dive into that one.
So I'm going to click on this game in a second, and then I'm probably going to promptly move us on. You're going to see why when we go to Alexander Grischuk against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So Nodirbek, he won a really nice ending against Hari, and Grischuk also won in the previous game against Vincent Keymer. But as we switch to that game, to Grischuk against Abdusattorov, please, then we will see why this position is one that we will not focus on for the time being.
Let's bring that up. The board Grischuk versus Abdusattorov, and it is a complex battle with none of the pawns being traded yet, but a lot of tension in the center.
That's why. None of the pawns have been traded yet. I feel like I'm watching a classical game. And remember how surprised we were about Grischuk being up so much time in the previous round? Now he's back to, there's the Alexander Grischuk we know and love. He is down on the clock, but there's so much tension. These pawns can be traded at any second here. So, in all seriousness, I was joking at first. The position is about timing. Does black, it's Nodirbek's turn, does he take on c4? Does he take on d4? If I take on d4, what will white take back with? The bishop, potentially? The pawn? I'm not entirely sure. You have your options here, and this is clearly what black is going for, the long diagonal, which at first glance looks appealing to take on c4, but you are giving up central control by taking away from the center. So really big decisions.
Really big decisions, and Nordebek taking his time on the clock right now. I think, Robert, we're going to let him decide which trade to go for, because there is a lot of action on some of the other boards. Is there one that particularly catches your attention?
By the way, the last move we give is given a question mark, but yeah, it is tough to choose. This position looks about level, so maybe white had an initiative at first. Why don't we go back to that Radjabov game against Arjun, because it's so important for the standings, and let's see how Keymer is doing. Ooh, we have knight against bishop, and it's white's turn, of course, because otherwise you lose your queen. But in this position, Tanya, big question. Would you take this bishop, or would you play around it by moving your queen out the way?
I would be so tempted to take that bishop, and the reason is that I don't want to allow it to land on e4 on the long diagonal. I've created so many weaknesses as white on the light squares around the king, right? With this pawn chain of f2, g3, h4, losing control of a lot of key light squares. I would be really tempted to snap it off with knight to f5. But it's not an easy decision because that knight is also controlling a key d5 square. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. Once this, if and when this does happen, the knight and bishops are off the board. I think the pawn structure does favor white a little bit. You just do the pawn island analysis, right? White's got 2 pawn islands, black's got 2 pawn islands with a d6 weakness that can be targeted. But on the other hand, for Radjabov, he can start looking at play on the f file. And I really like the queen placed on c6. Again, for me, this is a very level position.
Yeah, it's strategy versus dynamics. As you're saying, black dynamically is doing very well, but if some pieces come off, it could be a troublesome situation. And black does have these b5 pawn breaks, so I agree with you. I think that black is doing okay in this line, and I think if Arjun wants to win, queen d2 is an interesting try. You're right that this looks very scary for the white king, but isn't this the reverse order of what we need? That bishop needs to be back behind the queen, not in front of it. And Arjun does, in fact, take the bishop on f5, and maybe we'll see a move like rook d5, trying to just plant that rook in front of black's weakest pawn.
And in front of the black queen, which we've been talking about controlling the light squares. So I really like the suggestion of rook moving up to d5, looking at lining up the queen and the rook, maybe a queen d2 on the next move. The king from h2 can step back to g1 to support that f2 soft spot that white has. So this one, it's in the balance for now. But one does feel that if anyone, Arjun has just a slight pull because of that d6 weakness.
That's right. White's pawn on f2, as you mentioned, easy to defend with the king back to g1 at the right moment. And this rook plants itself in front of that queen, in front of the pawn, and queen d2. King g1. These moves come naturally to white. I'm just trying to figure out what black's plan is, because a move like b5, that's typically a plan we enjoy from black, trying to open the position. Those type of moves can, in fact, backfire because it does create other weaknesses and other open lines.
Alright, so Temur just, I wouldn't say calculation would be key here, but just find the right setup and plan for his pieces to keep that d6 pawn protected. We leave Temur to it. We will come back to this and check in on it. It is a critical game for the standings, the penultimate round of the Tata Steel Chess Open, and the fight is between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Temur for that top spot, but also action on the other boards. And again, I'm going to let you decide because there are 2 games that catch my attention. Where should we go first?
We're going to go back to Gukesh versus Praggnanandhaa. I know you said 2, but you really meant 1. The last move played was pawn to d4 from Praggnanandhaa, and after pawn takes back, he has a choice. Does he take this pawn on f4? Does he push this pawn to e3? I don't think he can get away with taking the pawn on d4 because he drops the e4 pawn in the middle, but bishop takes f4 here does threaten this h2 pawn. I guess white has to drop the knight back, but look at him. He's going for gold.
He's going for it. And I was just wondering, because we left it last one, black played the move rook from f8 to e8, threatening the move d4. And we were looking at all these knight jumps to stop it, but Gukesh does it another way. And it took me a while to figure out what was his move of choice. It was a little rook slide to the center, eyeing that e4 weakness that you're talking about, but it didn't stop Prag from going with d4 regardless, because he's looking at a sacrifice. He puts this intermezzo with e3. The knight jumps to f3, so the d4 pawn now is guarded, but there's one pawn on the board which isn't.
That's right. This f4 pawn can be captured. And Tanya, what's interesting about this game is we're talking about the center pawns for black compared to the queenside pawns for white. Now it's the queenside pawns for white still, but kingside pawns once these pawns get traded off the board. And is white's king safe? To my eyes, at least right now, it looks pretty safe, though I'm keeping a close look at his knight g4 idea since I missed it the first time. But knight g4 at some point will be quite dangerous. For example, pawn c5, knight g4. I'm going to give you 3 pawns over here, but I'm going to try to checkmate your king.
Look at the bar sliding down once you do get this knight going towards white's king side. So it is a critical moment for Gukesh right now with the white pieces. This looks like a really big threat on the board. Knight g4 is coming up. It's something that you need to fight on the spot against. What about you? I see our eval bar. It does seem to say that white is doing slightly better here. But would you be white or black in this position, Robert?
I'm looking at this and I don't believe in the checkmating attack, and I like the how advanced White's queenside pawns are. That said, I made a pretty natural looking move, and knight g4 is good for black. So I've learned from the engine. Thank you so much, evaluation bar. You punished that move. So maybe I'll take a little bit of a defense first approach. Bring my knight back to e2 to kick your bishop back to d6, and then try to figure out, do I make a move like rook c1 to pin along the c file? Do I just take on c5 to open up my bishop in the long diagonal? This is really either player's game, and with Gukesh thinking right now, I believe that he's going to take a defense first approach.
And he needs to do that. I really like black's position here. Now, of course, once again, with those pawns on the queen side and black's overextended e-pawn, this can be a weakness, but it feels that black is the one who's bringing on the threats against white's king. So I'm going to take you on this, Robert. I do like black's position here. I agree with you that Gukesh, he needs to be precise, and if he is, he's able to counter these threats of knight g4. He might even be better long term once you open up that bishop on the diagonal. But it just looks so active. Look at that pawn on e3. Look at the bishop and the queen lined up in the battery. The rook on e8 defending that pawn. The knight jumping to g4. I'm loving Prag's chances here.
So many good options, right? We see for both sides, but I think you're right that the initial threats, the clearest threats will be from black, but after that, if he can parry off those, then Gukesh can play for an edge. This is a really tense affair between these two Indian youngsters. The whole nation of India, they don't know who to choose between them. Pragg, of course, being the current hero, but Gukesh in the top 10 in the world, he is a name that nobody can forget.
And this is a fixture that I think we're going to see for decades to come. These two fighting it out. When we talk about the biggest talents in the world, their name features on every single list. So definitely a rivalry for the ages, starting from now. And we see that Gukesh is having a think in this critical moment. It's the kind of position where you go wrong, and then suddenly after knight g4, your position just falls apart instantly.
It's not going wrong, it's just going lost. You can just lose in a few moves if you don't protect your king. So Gukesh is taking the necessary precaution. Pragg, he wants to leap on the offensive. And while Gukesh continues to think, should we check in our tournament leader, see how Maxim's doing?
Let's do it. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Harikrishna. It started as a Berlin, but Maxim, with that decision to keep a pair of rooks on the board, made it clear that he still wants to try to push for a little bit of an advantage. And the reason for that is you just compared the bishops on the board. White's got that bishop on d6, the bishop on d3, clearly better placed than black's bishop. And I do see that last move that you've got. It's got a cross marked for it. What's going on here?
X usually marks the spot, but unfortunately in this position, it looks like that was a mistake. So after h6, White had a winning move. The engine went all the way up, and what could it possibly be? Oh, is it f4, f5? Oh my goodness. The bishop on e6 is trapped, so even if you move the knight away, f5 traps the bishop. It looks like you're hanging a pawn on d4, but I guess when the king simply moves out the way, probably to h2, you are losing a piece for black. That's hard to allow a pawn capture in the center with check.
You have to go f5 here with black to just stop that threat. What's the finish here, Robert?
Can I do this maybe? Take it?
Ooh,
Oh.
that's nasty.
But I'm attacking so many of your pieces at the same time that I feel like white just goes up material.
Yeah, you can go queen to f6, defending both pieces, but it's not enough because that queen is overloaded. So this was a nice little moment for Maxim to actually get a big advantage. He misses it.
But his position still looks really good to my eyes. He has the control of the open file. His light square bishop is far better. f4 looks like it would have been a crusher, but knight h5, I get the x. He missed something, so it has to be noted. But Tanya, what does black do here? You just keep moving passively backwards. Doesn't seem so fun.
So first question, right? What happens if you do capture on d4? It's really no fun to move back. I want to check out the line with bishop d4 because the first thing that comes to mind is that it shouldn't work for black with all these d-line tactics that I'm looking at. Is bishop g6 the move? Is there something stronger here?
So let's look at bishop g6 first. Pawn takes g6. This is your point. And that's why you went for bishop takes d4. That the queen takes a bishop, but the pawn takes a knight. So apparently there's something better than bishop takes g6, even though that looks very good. And maybe it's revolved around the fact that this bishop doesn't have anywhere to retreat to, as you can take on f6 with the knight. So I'm wondering if I can, instead of even taking the knight, if I can just move my bishop somewhere.
Like to f1 or something?
Even that way? Yeah.
But
Still good for white, but maybe there was a better square. But the point holds that where is this bishop going?
Really
If you go to
nice.
f6, I take it, and I can even take on h6, and the king is not very safe.
that's so instructive that a tactic doesn't necessarily always involve these power punched moves like capturing or a check, but even a quiet move is good enough to get the job done when you've got no squares for your pieces to run to. So not taking on d4. Instead, he goes to another square. He can't allow knight takes bishop. Can't allow that pawn structure to be destroyed. Bishop h4 played.
And given an X. So the H file moves, we tend to think of pawn pushes, harry the H pawn, but here both knight and bishop on the H file, it wasn't recommended. I like white's position. I think that Maxime has an edge, but it's not so clear because there are no open lines except for the E file, and there are no easy targets to pick on because black's position is very solid.
It's a solid position. Maxime in driver's seat with that bishop on d6, a nice post. The bishop on d3, eyeing that knight on g6. Just piece activity for Maxime. We will keep an eye out on this one. And a quick update on the Arjun Radjabov board. We did see a lot of trades, and maybe we don't need to go to that game because it's a rook pawn ending, and it looks like things are under control in that one. But there are positions which are out of control. And let's head back to the Gukesh versus Pragg board. It is the most exciting position that we have in the round. And wow, Robert, should we just back up to the point where we left it and see how we got here?
He did, in fact, take that caution. He went knight e2, and he took on c5. And you might want to take with your knight on c5, but this bishop will take the knight and force the pawn to take back. And that's why I took with the bishop. And bishop d4, trying to trade that aggressive piece. So, Tanya, before, you like black's attacking chances. I don't see an attack. Are you starting to favor white at all?
I still like black's position with that pawn on e3, and as long as I can make sure that your a and b pawn don't start rolling down the board, which right now looks like a tough task for white, with both of them being under fire with the queen and the rook lined up, I do like black's chances as well here. I also want to point out that this move knight e2, it was so important when we saw the bishop go back, because here we were looking at taking on c5, which gives black the tempo to go knight g4. But knight coming back to e2 first, Robert, forces the bishop to a square that when you trade on c5, the bishop is under attack. So nicely calculated there and navigated there by white. Now you don't have time to go knight g4, which gives white enough time to offer this trade of this dark squared bishop.
And he goes queen d3, does Gukesh. He said, you could take me on d4. I'll take back. And your point from earlier, this pawn e3.
Is it a strength or a weakness, Robert?
It's a weakness.
Oh.
It was a strength, and now it feels like a weakness. Because if, just to show everybody watching, let's say we trade the queens. We say we'll go for a queen trade. Now you see the advantage is already winning for white, and it's just claiming that if I take here, this pawn is very weak, and as you kept saying correctly, that this a5 push with the queen on b6, you stop it, but now these pawns are free to go up the board with the knight's help. So this queenless position is pretty much lost for black.
I'll definitely change my mind if the pieces do get traded off the board. I completely agree with you that once the A pawn and the B pawn start advancing and black loses control on the queen side, it's going to be all Gukesh. But right now the E3 pawn is still alive, and it sort of feels like the heart of the position. And just like the heart, it's the biggest strength and the biggest weakness.
Yeah, and just like the heart, it will go on. And this pawn on e3, I don't think is a good one at the moment. I think Pragg recognizes that. He's trying desperately to find some active play of his own. But what moves come to mind? At some point, you probably have to take on d4. You can't move your a8 rook, because if you do that, then a5 comes as the queen already defends the b5 pawn, and white is rushing forward.
Really tense position here, and a big decision for Pragg. How does he continue his own pressure? On the queen side, it's all white's play. He needs to play energetically with black here. He needs to create his threat, and it's not going to be easy for him. Now, both players under 6 minutes on the clock.
No, these are difficult decisions for both of them, and we have to go back to the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave game, because at the corner of my eye, I saw the eval bar skyrocket for Maxime, and if Maxime can win the game, and Timur does not look like he's going to win, Maxime can win the tournament this round.
Huge one. Just before we move to that, we are getting our poll results, and just really a quick shout out to everyone who's watching us on YouTube and on Twitch. Pragg a 43% favorite in that one, 17% for Gukesh, and draw at 39%. Oh wow!
Yes, you see the double question marks as we look here. Look at this move. So Hari, he's trying to play for a checkmate against the white king. And look at Maxime, he had to trade rooks, and now if he takes this bishop, the black queen will go into e1, and the bishop will take on g2. This looks like a checkmating attack. Clearly, the engine refutes it, saying this is not going to work for you. And here it comes. I'm not even going to make the moves because we'll watch what Maxime does to stop the checkmate. Bishop takes f2.
Oh my gosh. This is a big moment. If Maxime has seen a defense to this, he's just up an extra piece and he wins the tournament a round to spare.
Yes, and he's going to... Look how quickly he sees it.
Oh my
Queen b1, and that's what Hari missed. I was waiting for Maxime to play it before it was on the board. The queen, exclamation point. It stops queen g1 checkmate. And bishop to g1, the king moves. You don't have any discovered checks because the queen is under attack, and now white is just simply up a piece.
And in chess, retreating moves are the hardest to find, and I'm wondering if Hari missed this resource by Maxime. Robert, was this the only way to fight against this threat?
I think it was, because if we go back a turn, you don't have any other way. Queen g1 is check and mate, and if you move h4, it's just going to be a matter of time before I just deliver checkmate as your king is trying to run away. So he goes queen to b1, and Hari might just resign. Look at him. He's got his head in his hands. He can't believe it.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it on him. It's just been such a difficult tournament for him from the start. And for Hari, the nightmare continues. Queen b1, and Maxime really full board awareness on top of his game here. He's been on fire, finding these attacking resources, but also these incredible defensive technique.
This might just win him the tournament because we saw Timur's game. It looks very even. The queens are off now. That should be a draw. If Maxime converts this, which he should, he wins the rapid event with a round to spare. He may take excitement out of the tournament standings, but he doesn't want excitement. He's a competitor. He might just win it right here because Hari overlooked this queen retreat. Queen to b1. The bishop defends the queen. And the pressure was too much. It was a one-move blunder, sure, but it's because Maxime kept upping the pressure and black didn't have any activity.
Now let's zoom in on the players and onto our tournament hall right now. Hari there looking devastated with what has happened on the board. I think this is an uncharacteristic miss by Hari, not finding this resource of queen b1 in a sort of a balanced level position where he was slightly under pressure but with no weaknesses. And Robert, looking at Hari, we might just see a resignation here.
I think we will. And this kind of mistake often happens because of the tournament standing, where he's been struggling throughout the event and he just doesn't maybe trust himself, or now he's going for something and it doesn't work because of this refutation. But for Hari, the good news for him is the Blitz tournament is separate from the Rapid. It starts a whole new event.
But you know, he's going to be facing the same field. He needs to leave this tournament behind, and Hari there just looking so disappointed. He moves with the queen, attacking that knight to h5, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave just an extra piece on the board.
And it's a one-move threat where I think that white can even just take this knight away. I don't really see how black even continues after that, because this queen can also join on g6, threatening a checkmate. It feels like black will have to backtrack, and if that's the case, white's extra piece will allow him to win.
In these kind of situations, it's often just about accepting what has happened for Hari. You know, even making a queen move like queen e2, he realizes that the game is over, and I think the fastest way, it seems, is to just grab on g6 twice, bring your queen onto that. You're also threatening a mate on g7. You're threatening all kinds of things there. And for Hari right now, it's just about it's a painful situation and you're just trying to deal with your own emotions more than fighting an actual fight on the board.
And you see him here, he is pretty much resigned internally. He just hasn't physically given the handshake to throw in the towel. But Maxime's doing the right thing.
I don't even think Hari's thinking about the position on the board right now. He's still thinking about that tactical miss that he had where he sacrificed a piece but missed the only bit a very strong resource that Maxime had to fight against the checkmate.
And Maxime, what I love that he's doing here, he's up a piece. There are probably a bunch of ways to win this game, but he's making sure he secures that W. The worst thing that can happen is you play some quick moves thinking you'll easily win, and you let your opponent back in the game. So Maxime can end this game in a few turns if he shows some precision right now.
End this game and end the tournament in a few turns with that precision. Maxime wins. He's uncatchable on the leaderboard. A round to spare victory in one of the strongest editions of the Tata Steel. And we're seeing here he's up a piece on the brink of that big victory. But you're right, very professional here. He doesn't rush with the decision. He could take that knight, but he's looking at the fastest way to seal the deal.
And you know he wants the move because Maxime is a very quick player. He's also a brilliant tactician. He sees through the complications immediately. But yeah, he wants to make sure he doesn't do anything wrong. And Tanya, I believe that if he does take this knight on g6 and just plays a couple more moves, that Hari might just resign.
Yeah. Really, it's been a fantastic tournament for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And for Hari, a really difficult one. Maxime still thinking on the board. Should we stay on this? Because I feel that it might just be about to end in just a few moves. I wonder what else Maxime is thinking. We've looked at bishop takes knight and just picking up that pawn on g6. Do you see? And he's about to reach out for a move. He's reaching out for the bishop.
The knight?
Oh, knight g3 is his move of choice.
Okay, well, his knight was under attack. He brings it to safety. His bishop defends, so his king doesn't have to walk into the open. All of white's pieces are defended. Every single one. So that removes blundering.
It removes blundering and makes sure that Hari doesn't have the time to capture d4. And now he reaches out for the knight because the knight eventually can jump to f5 after you take with the queen to g6. Your knight is landing on a really nice spot. So Maxime in a winning position as well, keeping the precision on.
And here he goes.
He's reaching for the bishop. Is he going bishop e5?
Bishop e5. That's so strong.
Any chance to black.
Because if the queen left the first rank, then the black queen would have entered with the checkmate threat. But now when queen takes pawn happens, there's mate in 1 threatened. And if your best move is king h7, once again, white defending all of his pieces. That bishop is stellar. And perhaps white can say, I'm going to push my pawn up to h5 and go for the kill directly. So Hari, he can defend g6, but he is still down a piece for just 1 pawn.
So he can go king to h7, trying to keep that pawn alive. Queen g6 is a threat now that the g7 pawn is under fire. If black was to take on d4, you simply trade off the bishops, pick up the g6 pawn, you're up an extra piece. And Hari there with the under 4 minutes. But once again, the clock doesn't matter.
No, you could give Maxime, he has 3 minutes and 17 seconds. You give him, as long as the increment, 17 seconds. It's not a complicated position for him. And you see Hari, I mean, he went king h7, but he really wanted to tip the king over. So yeah, this game looks pretty over. And what do you think we should do? Move on to one of the others? Or
let's do it. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he reaches out for the knight, continues to be precise. He just wants to get the black queen and bishop discoordinated, attacks the queen. I think this result, we can conclude that Maxime's taking this one. Where do you want to go to, Robert?
All the other games do look quite fascinating. And yeah, I feel like for this one, it's so frustrating for Hari because for the tournament, he wants to play on, but for himself, he wants to resign.
Yeah.
And, Maxime, he wants to rush his decisions, but he's also like, I need to win. So I want to go to other games for the chess perspective, but for the tournament, this is really the only position that kind of matters.
Yeah, and Maxime, he just says, I've defended everything on the king side. You're not threatening anything on g1. Notice how the e3 square is defended as well. He's got all the time to look up at the other board. He starts advancing on the queen side. Can also go a4, b5 next. He's basically just up a piece for an extra pawn, but the extra pawn as well is a double g pawn. So
no hope, it would seem, for Hari. And maybe he's just trying to get this loss out of his head, even while he's sitting there. But he's making one-off moves. And for Maxime, quickly responding, he's probably going to push his a-pawn just to get off the second rank. But the other matchups, they do look very interesting. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean the players can win first place in the event. But that Gukesh versus Praggnanandhaa game, anybody's won.
That is a crazy, crazy position. The b-pawn has started marching down the board. The e-pawn is still alive. Robert, I think great call by you to jump over to this one. It is an action-packed position. That last move targets white's queen. You can move it. Where are you going to move it? Not so many squares on the board.
By the way, Praggnanandhaa 39 seconds. If that is true, then he is going to have to find some tough moves with no time on his clock. And what Gukesh is doing here, he's thinking of where to move his queen, but he says, no, I'm going to push the pawn. And the reason why, if we just can look for a second here, and so many moves happening quickly. If queen takes b7, queen takes e4 defends the rook, so you can't sacrifice your queen. After knight takes queen, rook takes queen, white would be up a rook. So great recognition that the white queen could not be captured. And that was a losing decision apparently by Pragg. It does look hard for him with his pawn all the way up in b7.
Yes, and it looks like the most natural move that you want to make, right? You want to keep your rook on b8 defended. So queen c7 played under a minute now. And this is the second time that Gukesh has managed to get a b pawn on b7 with the white pieces. And it looks like it's going to be decisive. But how does he finish this off? There is a threat of rook takes c4. The knight on c4 is hanging.
I wonder if I care about it. If I can go a5, a6, my threat is queen takes rook. So just to show, I'll give you my knight on c4, and then when I play a6, okay, the computer, it does like it in the end. It was uncertain, but my threat is queen takes rook. If you play h6, queen takes queen, a7.
Beautiful.
Look at these pawns. You don't see that every day.
That is absolutely stunning, just this position. It's one of those you take a screenshot of and then dream about for the next week. This is a really interesting option, but I'm just wondering if Gukesh will take that risk. He obviously realizes that he's got this dominating position. Does he want to go into this direct line or play it safe? But maybe it's the kind of position that it's hard to play safe in. What is the alternative if you don't want to sacrifice the piece?
Probably move it somewhere, maybe knight e5. I don't think that black is in time to get two pieces for the rook on e5. So the knight on e5 threatens knight c6 to distract the queen away from this rook on b8. So I feel like he's got two great options, but he himself is down to 50 seconds.
Wow, big moment for Gukesh. Will he sacrifice the knight and go for a5, or will he play it safe, getting the knight to safety, but potentially also allowing the e-pawn to step closer to e1 with the move e2? And he doesn't have that much time to decide. He's got 30 seconds on the clock.
And Gukesh, he doesn't seem fazed by the fact that he's in time trouble. He would love to secure this victory over fellow teenager and what's going to be a long-time rival in Praggnanandhaa, but I would push those a-pawns up the board. He does it.
He does it. a5 on the board, Robert. He's going for it. He's leaving his knight hanging and banking all the hopes on those two pawns and a queen sacrifice. We might be seeing that happen.
And I hate that a question mark is given to this move. So I think I know how to turn it off. Yeah, there we go. I got the question mark away from that move.
That's a triple exclamation mark move.
It's a move that can win you the game on the spot. I get it that apparently black has a defense, but the question mark does not feel deserved here because if this pawn goes to a7, that's a beautiful finishing touch.
Be one of the most beautiful final positions that we've seen in the tournament, and Pragg as well. Very little time to try and counter it because white's idea is clear. No matter what you play, whether you take that knight on c4 or not, a6, queen b8 is coming. Pragg comes back to the 8th rank to reinforce the defense on b8.
But now a6, if your queen ever takes on c4, I still probably have queen takes b8 and a7. So here goes those pawns. You can't stop them.
Queen b8, a7, a big threat on the board. And it might not even be if you go queen c4. You can go e2, but you still have got that queen jumping on, taking that rook and the a-pawn advancing. So the reinforcements are not going to be enough. He jumps in with the knight attacking the b1 rook. Does he still have the option to go queen takes rook and push that a-pawn?
I think he does. And look at him.
He doesn't do it though.
He moves his rook first, and unless that's some kind of game-changing blunder, it's just a good move.
Ooh.
Still big advantage for white, and I think it's because the e-pawn, Tanya, you mentioned it, black can cause some disarray in white's position by throwing that pawn forward.
5 seconds for Praggnanandhaa. He has to play. He makes a move, 8-6. It feels like a panicky move made with just seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he has to be panicking.
He's going to go for it. Queen into rook. Queen takes rook is coming up, Robert. And he does it.
Yes, he could have done it a move ago, but he does it now. There are no back rank checkmates. That's the good news for Pragg, but the pawns are too strong. That rook is hanging. A8 equals queen. I might not even take your rook. I can push to get a queen on that square.
What a battle this is. White has got two big threats. You can take the rook, jump with your a1 rook to a8, or the move that you're pointing out, just queen with the a-pawn. Praggnanandhaa in big trouble. He tries to keep the b8 square defended, but now the queen lands on a8.
So it's an extra rook for white. And if you take the queen, I get a new one, and then I'm up 2 full rooks. So you see Pragg, he brings his knight back, but if that queen just moves away from the... Look at this. He just says, my rook is under attack. Let's go to a4. He's keeping everything under control.
He sacrificed the queen once, he might as well do it again. But this one is easier to spot. Finally, the e-pawn gets to e2, but the e1 square is nicely guarded. Just have to watch out for checks along the diagonal. But with no piece to support and assist the queen, it feels like even white's king is safe there.
It's just a single check if the queen goes up. The only thing you have to worry about is if this queen could get all the way to a square like d1, and then suddenly black would have chances. But that's a faraway dream. The queen slides back to a5, so Gukesh gives up his b7 pawn. What is his plan after that? This pawn e2 still does look a bit scary.
It does, and queen b7, he takes it with the right piece, also defending the d5 knight. Now watch out for threats like queen b1 at the right moment. It's something that you have to always be careful about. And Gukesh, he comes back with the queen to keep everything defended.
If he can get rid of the e2 pawn, he knows that he should win this game. And for Pragg, rook to e8 makes perfect sense. Get your rook protecting and behind that passed pawn. But it looks like white will be just in time to get all of his pieces to surround it.
Wow, the knights are jumping, and even though he's got an extra rook, we know what happened when Vidit had the extra rook. So it's not over till we see the results on the scorecard. Rook a7, Pragg keeping the game alive. He keeps the pieces on the board. The queen steps up. Is it time for the white knights to start pursuing the black queen? He's reaching out for the e2 pawn, simply grabs it.
Why not? Give me that pawn. It was your only form of compensation. And now that black is backtracking with his knight is very clear. A full extra rook for Gukesh. Pragg's facial expressions, they betray his emotions. Right? He is clearly upset with how this game has gone, but Gukesh still determined. He is so focused on securing the full point.
Just pure determination there by these players. But for Pragg, you can feel that shift in the energy, that shift in the body language, and Gukesh trying to trade off as many pieces as possible, and it's resignations. Gukesh is the winner in their first over-the-board encounter in Rapid. It's a rivalry and a matchup we'll be seeing for many years to come, but the tournament has been decided. We do have the winner of the Tata Steel Chess India. It is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's joining us in the studio. Maxime, big congratulations.
Maxime, there was a lot of excitement in some of the other games, but you don't leave us with excitement in the tournament standings. What got into you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I should have come to India sooner.
You said, Maxime, this is your first time in India.
Yes.
You're already making some great memories here. What do you think worked so well for you in the Rapid?
I don't know. I think first this game with Vidit was definitely a turning point. But then I actually played very well, so mixture of good play and good luck, and generally when you play well, then you're rewarded.
And you said at dinner last night, when the three of us were having dinner together, you said, hopefully you come to talk to us tomorrow. Was that your incentive? You really just wanted to hang out with me and Tanya some more?
Of course. No, in general, it's still a pity that, I kept all my good luck charms for here and not for the World Cup, but, I mean, it's very pleasant, of course. Like I said before the start, it's a very strong tournament. Every player had a legitimate shot at winning it, so I'm definitely pleased with my result and hope for more to come in the Blitz.
And the Blitz does start tomorrow, but before that you have one more game to play. Now that you've already seized the championship and you're already the winner, what's the plan for that? What's the motivation?
I'll just come and play chess. I thought that Keymer comes with very sharp intentions, so I'm not gonna relax. But of course it's a bit different to play for something or to play when the tournament victory has been sealed, but it's not the first time that happens, so I'm hoping to come and play some good chess again.
And in the Grand Chess Tour, normally the Rapid and Blitz scores are combined. How do you feel, are you wishing now that this tournament also combined the scores because your Rapid's so good, or how do you feel in general about splitting of the events?
I think it's a matter of taste, so, as long as I was aware of the rules before coming in, and, it does seal one tournament victory, so maybe, and then if I win the Blitz, maybe I win two for the price of one.
Yeah. It's been awesome to see you play in the Rapid, Maxime, and you got that final game coming up. Looking ahead at the Blitz, what's your take on the Blitz action that's coming up?
Well, lately I've been much more like unreliable in the blitz than I used to. Like at some point I was really playing well all the time. And now sometimes I have good days, but I also have bad days. So, and I will need 2 good days. So we'll see how it goes. But of course, this rapid performance gives me some, some confidence and some expectations as well to play well.
Especially against all the youngsters that you've been so looking forward to playing against.
For sure. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. You are the 2021 World Blitz champion, so we're super excited to see what happens. Maxime, you've got a game to play. I know it doesn't really matter anymore. You've already done what needs to be done.
No, but it does matter.
Yes.
Like, you don't want also to change the standings in a way by playing much worse. So I do want to play a decent game, but of course I don't have as much incentive as the previous games. But still, you're a chess player. You just want to play chess.
And last games also matter so much. You want to finish on a high.
Of course, yeah, it can also, help me keep the confidence going into the blitz.
And Vidit Gujarati is about to win his game. Would you like to thank him for starting your great series of results? Because it was unfortunate for him, and he's been down and up
He's
and
been
back and
up
forth.
and down, but he's been playing well in general. I think, yes, he was not rewarded in that game
We have a
with
result.
me, but, he's been improving a lot the past few years.
Maxime, is it fair to say that that really was the turning point in the tournament?
Yeah, that's what I said.
And it makes a lot of sense. That game, things could have gone either way, and I think, Maxime, you fought back and you made your own luck on the board in that one. And a big congratulations for the victory.
Thank you, Tanya.
Yeah, congrats, Maxime.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So that was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who often called the Frenchman with 3 names. Now we call him the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid Winner. He ends up winning the event with a full round to spare. Nobody can catch up to him. So there's a lot of talk about, was he fortunate in round 3? He by his own admission, he was, but he played such great chess starting in day 2. That model game, the win over Vincent Keymer, that one was one that Vishy Anand was praising. So he deserved this title. Every game in day 2 and here in day 3 has felt extra crisp.
It really feels like Maxime was at his best in every aspect of the game. A sort of a universal style where we saw that positional masterpiece where he did the maneuvering against Vincent, and then the Petrosian-esque exchange sacrifice on d4 which sealed the deal. Against Vidit, it was dead lost. And it was such a difficult game, but he just kept going move by move, resourceful play there. And when it's come to tactics, finding resources like Queen B1 in today's game against Hari, when it's come to finding attacks, he's sort of been on the top of that as well in this rapid play. So just in all the different spheres of the game, Maxime showing some top-class chess. And Robert, once again, I can't help but think about Vidit against Maxime and how different the tournament could have turned out.
Well, if you think about it, Vidit now has 4 points. And had he beaten Maxime, there would have been a closer finale here. Of course, things would change along the way. That's the butterfly effect for everybody. But I want to say about Maxime, the way he played in this event, he had that one roller coaster game against Vidit. It felt like he was in control throughout pretty much every other game. Even the games he was drawing, he was never much worse. I thought that he played a superb event, and it's weird to say that with 1 game left, but he has been phenomenal. He has been controlled. He has shown great technique when it's required, and he didn't really have to take so many risks. That 1 game where he did take risks, it almost completely backfired. But besides that, I think his level has been just absolutely world-class.
Couldn't agree more with that. And you always need that little championship luck, and it felt like that was the game which made it happen for him. And ever since winning the turnaround against Vidit, Maxime has been unstoppable. We've had 3 decisive games this round. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has sealed the deal. He is the champion of the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid 2023. 1 more final game coming up. And this is what our leaderboard looks like. Now, while the first spot has been taken. Maxime uncatchable at 6.5. There is a tight pack from second to fourth position.
Right, Timur, he plays against Maxime. Maxime just told us he's still going to give it his all. He's 6.5 out of 8 is Maxime. That is incredible. 5 wins, 3 draws to his name, but other players are having good events. Gukesh, he just beat Praggnanandhaa. That is going to be an epic rivalry, but it was also a sweet game from him. So if he can take another win in round 9, he is going to be feeling excellent heading into the Blitz tomorrow.
That's the kind of game that just makes you so happy as a chess player and a chess fan to watch. All the queen sacrifices with the a-pawn rolling down the board. And of course, you know, these youngsters from India, they're all very good friends, but over the board, there is this strong rivalry between them. So it's going to be interesting to see how it is when we see both of them fight against each other in the years to come. But today was Gukesh's day. And for Radjabov in the upcoming round, it is a battle to get to that second place. And we will be back with the final round of the Tata Steel Chess Open in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to lift off the last round of the Tata Steel Chess India, but we already have a winner. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has taken first place after his win against Harikrishna. What a performance by Maxime.
He's been simply superb. There has been one game that we can call our attention to, and it was the turning point where he beat Vidit, and then it was smooth sailing from there. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is the deserved champion here in the rapid portion of Tata Steel Chess India.
But the action still is on. The fight is on for second place right now. And we've got a minute before kickoff. So let's quickly bring up our standings to get everyone up to date with the matchup to watch out for, Robert. And what catches your attention?
Maxime having 6.5 points out of 8 games. He's already won the event, so you have to just applaud him. And then it's one of these weird things that chess has in round robins where there is a fight for second place. The tournament is already over, that we know the champion. But the good news about round robins is everyone gets to play everyone, so you do get to face off against a new opponent.
Absolutely, and this round, the last round matchup is Maxime against Radjabov, and we see in those standings that Raja with 5 points has got Gukesh and Alexander Grischuk chasing with just half a point behind him. So it really is between Temur, Gukesh and Grischuk who takes that second spot.
Yeah, there's prize money at stake, and there's pride, and there's also good feelings heading into tomorrow's Blitz action. So Grischuk, he has flown under the radar. He gets to play Hari. He has the black pieces. That won't be easy for him. All matchups in this event will be tough. Even Hari, who's struggling, we just saw him lose another game. That doesn't mean he's going to lose again. He, at any moment, can strike and start turning this thing around.
Let's go into our live view from the National Library, our center stage where the action is about to happen. The players are ready to lift off, and big matches for 3 players fighting for the second spot. What is your prediction when Temur takes on Maxime?
I'm just wondering how quickly they'll draw. If they don't draw, I'll be very happy.
What's our prediction? How long do you think the game will last? How many moves?
I don't know. That's a great question. I think the other games they'll fight. But for Maxime, why would he be unhappy with a draw? In general, a draw with the black piece is a good result. And for Temur, he secures at least a tie for second place with a draw. You know how I feel about draw offers. I don't like them. I'm not a fan at all. But they exist, and you can use them to your advantage if you feel like making a quick draw.
Alright, so Robert here predicting a quick draw. Will Temur try to fight for more? But there are 2 players in the chasing pack, Gukesh and Grischuk. If it backfires for Temur, one of them wins. It could be a big turnaround in the standings. We see Maxime there. The incentive to win, as he said, is gone, but he's still wants to finish on a high. He wants to have a good game and give it his all to get ready for the Blitz.
And in rapid chess, sometimes you don't even have that much time to gather your bearings and figure out, how am I going to just play this solidly? Sometimes you play aggressively, not even by your own design. So for Maxime, he's busy watching some of the other games. There are so many great matchups in this final round. And for example, Praggnanandhaa against Arjun, they've been inseparable. And now finally, at long last, they get to be inseparable at the chessboard.
Yeah, what a storyline it is between these 2 friends and also rivals over the chessboard. And we do have...
Oh, the draw agreed. We have a draw agreed.
Oh my god, it's happened!
Yeah, I told you. They would make it.
You should have taken the bet of how many moves, and that didn't take long. Temur Radjabov, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave ends in a draw, and just in time to take us through all the other action. We've got a special guest joining us.
We do indeed, and just the right moment, because that game, I figured we wouldn't have to talk about it too much, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is the deserving winner. He finishes with 7 points out of 9 games, but we will have so many great games still in this final round. And with these prodigies playing against one another, we have Praggnanandhaa and Arjun. We also are going to be joined by none other than the legendary 5-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand. So, Anand, how impressed have you been by Maxime's play in the Rapid?
Essentially, he took that one stroke of luck and took it away. He just ran away with it. And so much control. I mean, his game with Hari, there were a couple of difficult tactics he navigated effortlessly. Just this is all style Maxime.
And Robert predicted a draw on that last round matchup between Maxime and Temur. Did that surprise you at all, how quickly it ended?
I think they're tired and both understood each other, and that was it. But they could have played on a bit, but Radjabov was usually very, very practical, and it is. Does he finish clear second?
No, he still has to fight because there are two players on 4.5 points. Temur goes on 5.5. So Grischuk, Gukesh still at 4.5.
Okay, so nonetheless, I think he decided he had enough as well.
Yeah, it's been a long tournament for these players, and Robert and I often have this discussion of whether draw offers should be banned in chess. Vishy, what's your view on that?
Are 3-time repetitions permitted though?
Oh, draws are permitted, and if you
Just
make a
offers.
3-time repetition, even in the opening, it's still allowed. But draw offers.
If you ban draw offers, and Maxime and Temur will figure out a way.
For sure, them, I guess.
And most people will figure out. I mean, you'll get Queen D4, E4, D, and Queen E6, D6. You'll get some other version. It's not as effective as thing, but it's true that removing draw offers will reduce the overall number of short draws. So the people who know how to do it will sail through, but there will be others who are uncertain of the opponent's intentions, uncertain of their own, and they kind of, if a draw is offered, then they'll take it, but if they're not, they don't know what to do. Those people will continue to play. So in principle, I'm okay with it. I just don't expect miracles.
Well,
obviously.
I think the loudest I've ever clamored about this was the final game of the Magnus Carlsen 500 Caruana World Championship match, where
yes.
like those are the moments that I care about the most. How do you explain how they just agreed to finish their day?
That I agree fully. I agree that that's a very good argument for banning draw offers, because neither of them would have known. It's all about signaling, right?
Yeah.
If you offer a draw, then both sides can just take it.
Right.
But I think neither of them knew who is better, and neither of them knew exactly how to proceed.
Yeah.
In that kind of situation, forcing them to play will almost certainly produce a decisive result.
Right.
So you're right. I support in principle.
Well, speaking of the game and speaking of early draw offers and long tournaments that the players have had, we are being joined by the man himself, Temur Radjabov, who is looking at that second place finish, but it's not confirmed yet. We've got him joining us in the studio. Temur, welcome, and well, congratulations on a good run in the Tata Steel Chess India.
And Timur, just for more context, nobody blames you for short draw. We were just talking about draw offers in general, and you had a great performance. So I guess when Maxime runs away with it, what can be done?
Yeah, it was anyway like more than enough decisive results for me. So that was kind of too much. At some point I saw that it may end with all my games that I've played here. I think just could end with 9 decisive games, more or less. But
Hey, if Hari and Grischuk repeat Bishop F8, Bishop G5, Bishop E7, we could have another one.
okay, this I'm not sure, because I think Grischuk will play, I guess.
Yes.
But the thing is that, already Maxime was too far anyway, because today my game against Gukesh, okay, maybe I overpushed at some point, but okay, who cares, seriously, it's like just some fighting position, but I'm sure that Vachier would play F5 in that position, where I played this D5, she takes D5, he takes D5, F5 was very, very natural, in my opinion. When I saw it immediately, I saw that my position is just bad against Gukesh.
I can pull up that
position.
game. Yeah. When you went D5, which was...
Yeah, I played too confident in the opening, but somehow it was just confident and bad altogether. So I thought C takes D5, E takes D5 and F5, and yeah, I've just told, Gukesh just after the game that I was afraid of this move, because the point is that after D takes C6, like Queen C6, and then after Queen takes B5, Black will probably just take on E6 with the Rook, I don't know, and F4 is coming. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
F4, yes, immediately. Yeah, so the position, even Rook takes C6, I thought it's just very unpleasant, the endgame and stuff, and King is like stuck there on G1, cannot move, G2 pawn is hanging, so yeah, it's very unpleasant, but okay, I just was trying to overpush whatever, happens, but somehow to try to catch Maxime. But at the same time, he was winning all of his games, so it's not so easy sometimes to catch the person like this. So and at the end, I didn't understand what I'm playing for, honestly. So I just saw that let's call it a day. And the previous game was also kind of not too hard, to be honest, but it was like kind of unpleasant against Erigaisi. I think it was pretty obvious position at some point with equality for black. I mean, I've got everything that you would dream of in this structure and in this type of position, and I don't know, somehow I liquidated into this endgame, which was kind of unpleasant all the time, but I have to just make some precise moves. I mean, in this, yeah, probably here I'm just fine by different ways, especially that he played g3, h4, which means that probably white didn't get much. And this position looks like, I don't know, the weaknesses on f3 and all the squares, and I mean, I don't have this bad bishop on e7 or something, so it should be something much easier. I don't know what exactly, but I mean, probably white is slightly kind of better. I mean, they're pretending, but I thought it should be somehow fine, queen c8, c5, whatever. I mean, I didn't see too many problems, but then I found this, what I thought very clever. I thought I'm playing like an engine, queen c8, h4, queen c6. And yeah, but in fact, as I can see by the evaluation, it was far from being too good for black. But after queen c6, yeah, still, I mean, my position is very solid, and he played some, what did he play, queen c2, yeah, now knight f5, and probably black is just very fine.
Yeah.
Then I liquidated into this endgame after rook d5, rook f8, maybe many moves, maybe just rook 5 f6 somewhere. Yeah, and then I thought it's a draw by force. Anyway, I don't have any other chances in that middle game with heavy pieces there, like with major, what is it called? I forgot in English.
Major pieces.
Major pieces, yeah. Heavy pieces in Russian, but okay. Yeah, and so this position in rook c2, and then, yeah, it seems like a draw, complete draw, but then it started to be annoying, you know, sometimes it's the 7th rank, especially here. I think king g8 is right, because king h6, some g4, king f6, g4 also, rook h7, king g3 is coming. So I was not sure. Probably it's also a draw for compy, but unpleasant somehow, like g4, king g3, f3, rook b1 is coming. Yeah, this one is a bit too much probably, but king f6 I thought maybe also possible, but then g4 or something.
The engine likes
g3, I don't know. Yeah, should be a draw somehow still, but we're used that every position is a draw, yeah. once you go too far with the engine. But still, yeah, it was unpleasant. But king j8 I think was just the right way to play, and after this I think it was just a draw, because I'm keeping this pawn on f2 always. Rook e2 was also important, sometimes rook e2 back. Yeah, so I think that no chances after this for white, even though it seemed at some point really unpleasant somehow, because this rook b1, rook b8, or rook e1, rook takes e4, all these tricks are in the air. Yeah, but this was, I mean, it was generally quite day. I mean, after the game, this was the Gukesh, I mean, kind of a quiet day for me. Yeah, because before it was just something crazy happening in all of my games, most of them at least.
Yeah, no, you had a lot of fighting games, started with a loss and then went on a hot streak, right? 4 wins in a row. So you were just the most combative player throughout. Well, I guess Maxime can also share that title with you, but you were just swinging every game.
Yeah, and even today, I mean, this game against Gukesh, I mean, it would be just, I mean, it could be, it could go either way. I mean, it's like a 5 he would find, probably he would win the game, but afterwards, if I would find some nice way somehow to play, maybe, I don't know, some queen c3 after bishop c5, I thought maybe is the move, then bishop d4 with all these ideas. I don't know if you can put the game, because there are a lot of tricks, like rook takes a7.
So which games are you?
It's against Gukesh, yeah. I mean, I was not only lost there, I was also kind of having some play after after he missed this. I think after this he took this a4 and bishop e5. Yeah, and here after bishop takes b5 somehow I liked my position generally. Bishop c5 was unpleasant because I saw that bishop d4 is coming, rook takes a7, and here suddenly queen c3, some moves like this is also possible. But I thought bishop d4 is quite strong. Bishop d4, bishop takes d4, rook d4, rook e6, and now h3, and I thought I'm very clever because I mean this g4 is hanging, d5 is hanging also sometimes, and rook a4 is coming from time to time, and queen c3 was my dream, to move the rook and then take rook a7 somewhere, but if black moves the rook to d6 to defend the d pawn or something. But here he played queen e7, and probably here I had to do something, yeah. Like queen d1, I thought rook d1 maybe, but then I didn't like somehow, I mean, okay, still a draw probably, but rook d7 I thought. Okay, maybe too much. Just
yeah, this was a really interesting game. And speaking of Gukesh and Grischuk are the 2 players, Temur, who can catch you. And there's a lot of excitement on the live board, so we'd love to get to jump straight into the Gukesh versus Vincent board.
It feels to me like 2 rooks are superior to the queen. Simply I will castle, and I don't know why Gukesh played this line or got into this.
Yeah, but also I mean he has a lot of time. It seems like preparation, but not a great one. Yeah.
Well, at least I don't understand it.
Maybe some
these things, but you have to move the queen before you get ready for, and so that's the problem.
So it's 2 rooks and a pawn for queen.
Yes.
Yeah, but also I mean he liquidated into this position so fast somehow. That's really.
I agree. It's
Strange.
hard to imagine he charges down a line that he has no clue. So it's more likely.
So I'm trying to see where this. Oh,
Okay.
whoa. Is this a known idea?
I've seen the idea. I don't know specifically in this position, but I've seen the idea very often. of course.
Generally, and I think
Yeah.
that's somewhere.
Knight b5, knight d5,
Yeah, but
queen
okay.
b6, all this
And
stuff.
queen
but-
c6, yeah, it's just like you mean in this like that
Always, I
position?
mean b6 and bishop on
Yeah, but
b6 is
generally,
asking.
generally,
yes.
yeah.
That's when
But
my
so
round
so
is
in
on,
this
yeah.
one,
I mean, for our audience, it's pretty crazy. White is up an entire rook, but the queen just gets trapped. So that's what was aimed for. And the bishop c5 there apparently is the mistake. So knight c5 technically is a superior option.
Yeah,
okay,
maybe
this is what the
forgot,
computer
yeah.
is saying.
Yeah.
So maybe he forgot his prep.
Yeah,
or
because the
something.
thing is that maybe with this bishop you have all these attacks are much stronger. Yeah, with the d4 and h2 hanging.
But wait a second, can I go b4 here? Wants to go bishop d7 or bishop f5. So queen f8, bishop f8, b takes c5.
Why bishop f8? King of or that?
Okay, king f8, but then bc5 attacks the bishop.
Yeah, but
Since he's going to capture anyway, then bishop
Yeah.
f6 and bishop e2. I don't know why the computer says this is better for black.
yeah, better.
Very slightly,
It's
but anyway.
not probably. Yeah,
I would have thought this is one of the safest things for white. But
yeah, but it looks. Okay, with the engine.
maybe
it
some
looks good.
c4 bishop a3 is coming, and then the
Yeah,
rook is
probably,
running out of
yeah,
squares. Yeah.
But also with this bishop, I like it more somehow because knight on d7 is passive,
Yes.
and not sure how to move it. I mean, where to move it actually.
Mhm.
So it looks kind of strange. Probably, yeah, probably that was a preparation, but just forgot the move sequence here, which happens a lot, yeah, on the high level as well.
Right.
Yeah, and especially in rapid and blitz because you want to move at some point quite much faster, and in the classical game maybe you spend like.
No. Hello?
You went H3, which I think we can improve on because now you don't have to consider all of these tactical sequences.
So if I play queen b6 here, then you just go bishop a1.
Yeah, H3 is very fluent.
Yes.
Just want to avoid all this, and especially that you have to do some precise calculations
Yes.
in order to understand if you have to take on before or not. But this one just looks.
Hari and Grischuk did finish.
Yeah.
So
They,
that's another one.
Yeah, they just repeated moves. So did they not even repeat?
Yeah, but the problem is that it's not easy to avoid. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you have to avoid probably if you want to play on, but how to avoid is the question. Maybe knight f8, knight d6, like Ivanchuk style.
Oh, for
Well, they showed some
But still,
indecision here. Hang on. If you go to move, when they start repeating, if you go to move 13, they briefly played h3, a5, and then went back into the
And it's Harikrishna.
went back to the wagon.
Yeah.
So,
He didn't like knight g4 or something. H3 is everywhere on every board.
yes.
Yeah, I guess this is more aesthetic. On the knight, trying with the knight on g4.
Well, the most aesthetic is that Harikrishna didn't take draw.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what Grischuk did like at some point. But Hari, I think he just wanted to finish the tournament somehow. Yeah, so that it was.
So, but after h3, if you get castle, then what are they going to do? h4.
Well, it's hard to say. I'm not sure. Maybe Bishop h2.
Because now they play h4 these systems and just throw it out.
Yeah, but I mean, white is very solid. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like sometimes black gets this kind of edge in this type of position when they play some rook e8, queen e7 to knight e4 and stuff, and then it's passive. Or like my game against Grischuk actually, when the bishop is on b2 or something, and the gaze d5. But in this one, I think white's just whatever, castle short and b1 b4 just ends in draw. Yeah. In general.
This one finished, but I think Arjun and Pragg are they're slugging it out. These two youngsters, and looks like somehow Arjun has found himself a bit tied down.
Yes, I'm not into every subtlety, but maybe you should have gone queen b8, no? Just to have this. But then queen d4.
Yeah, but this one looks like very unpleasant. Knight on e8 in Sicilian is also kind of strange.
That's not the other way. It's to come on g6.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't see too many games like this. With the knight, and usually you do knight 7 somewhere, and then more or less at worst, worst case scenario. But knight on e8 looks a bit stranger. With this queen on d7, so you can just protect the knight probably, or some move.
Bishop
Bishop
f3.
something, yeah, bishop f3 looks.
Oh, bishop d3.
Let's keep the queens on the board.
No, but queen's on the board.
Really didn't like this.
It's a natural try, but somehow.
Okay, let's go with bishop f3.
taking
That's it, yeah.
But
And
not
I
sure
don't
queen
have
h5
any
can
choice.
go, or f5 somewhere.
Queen h5,
5 or something.
queen g6, and king takes.
You don't want f5?
Sorry.
This is
That's your right.
this is.
No, I was thinking e6, knight f6.
yeah.
And I was just trying to understand why that was
I think
bad.
Bishop syndrome.
This is such a
Yeah, but the knight f6 is horrible.
this is
as
such
well.
a rare occurrence. You
Yeah,
take
yeah,
all
yeah.
the sun.
This is my specialty.
This turn.
Okay.
So this is
time to get some coffee.
yeah.
So bishop f3 then.
And
makes
it's
more
what was
sense,
played and rook c8.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
yeah. Now I don't know some c4.
But I must assure you that Vishu only in analysis he can miss that. But like in the game is never. And you don't hope you have to play queen h5 and not get f5.
but this looks so pleasant for Pragg, who lost that game to Gukesh, and if he can win to end the on a high is nice. And Timur, we asked Maxime, what do you think is in all the Grand Chess Tour, the Rapid and Blitzer combined? And do you like the separate events? Like, or instead of a combined score, it's rapid winner and then separately blitz?
Well, I mean, it's like every time there is some system, somebody says it's not great. So I'm used to it usually. So it's like if you will combine, people will say, I mean, especially those who were affected by this, that it's not great. So let's have the separate events. And on the other hand, it's like a lot of fun in both of these things. Yeah, I mean, for many players also, it's more pleasant maybe sometimes when it's not combined, because for example, you had some bad tournament, let's say rapid tournament, and then you have just completely new fresh start with the blitz, and then you play a completely separate tournament, and you can be first there. Otherwise, you're affected by the rapid event or something. And yeah, it's really hard to say. I mean, it's like obviously there is no best system, I think, for this. I mean, because everybody from my colleagues, I've heard different opinions all the time. It's like really like 50-50 maybe or something. So not sure, because yeah, I don't know. Actually, both are fun. Also fun is when you have like 3 points for the win or something. So yeah, that's sometimes also quite helpful, especially when you win.
Grischuk, what do you think? Do you like the 3-point systems or for win?
I've come to terms with them. They're nice. I don't particularly have a preference. Once it helped me that the rapid and blitz were separated in 2018. I actually ended up winning the blitz tournament, but the rapid I didn't do very well. So that was nice. But usually these rapid and blitz events, I just stop playing and get on with it. I don't think of the implications too much, so I'm fine both ways.
Makes sense. And while these players, they're still thinking in this position, should we take a detour to maybe Nordic's game against Vidit? Because Vidit's had this very up and down, or as I call it, down and up, because he lost to Maxime and then he started winning and losing and winning, and now in this final game against Nordic, it looks like black.
How did he do today?
Vidit? He
won both?
lost
No, he
game
lost
7
one.
and then
Okay.
won game 8. So he continues to.
He lost one and won one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think he improved recently in general. Somehow he did. I feel like this. I mean, especially I think he played a great World Cup. I mean, not only by the results that he showed there, but I mean, just also the play he showed. I think it's like real improvement in terms of general play. If you can call it like this nowadays, because when you talk about general play nowadays, people say, what is general play? You have to know the Syria and moves. How I mean, just generally, I mean, all of his moves were just good, yeah, like in the rapid and lead. I think that, I mean, the rapid and lead. And yeah, general performance. So yeah, somehow yeah, he's becoming more fighting. Guests coming and so on. And hopefully once more fun for the fans. So the thing is that yeah, I mean once I'm back I mean to the streams and everything means more or less means that I'm back to chess. Really. Yeah. So and also I think this. Because they're usually 5 to 6 hours. I wouldn't say I'm unlucky for the fact, let's put it that way. But yeah, I've got Keymer authority.
When would you say his team
Yeah, so they do a really great job. But they're probably he played every opening and every line. Now I think he plays A4, H3, F3, G3 also first moves with white. I think he played some match in the Speed Championship against Yu Yang Yi, and he played F3, E5, G3, something like this, and also first A4, first A3, I don't know, everything. So probably, I mean, I didn't study many of his games at Chess.com while preparing for candidates, to be honest, but I think that he has played now, I mean, just all chess, simply, I mean, played everything. So that's really, really exciting. And also he has time to stream, and also he was world #1 bricked at some point, so that's crazy.
All right, and what about the chess action that we have on? Anand, what catches your attention on the live boards?
If anything, Prag seems to be getting even more comfortable in his position. Vidit, I would say, is better. Though, at first I didn't understand what is the point of provoking E5. But now I see that at least the tension on D5 is resolved a little bit, and White will end up with something on D5.
Yeah, but it's all
much worse. But I think Black is fine.
Yeah, Bishop C4 connect.
Yes, hang in there kind of line. But,
It looks pretty bad.
even Queen A2 Bishop B5 might be very strong. So.
I think after Rook A1 he didn't consider playing to connect off, to be honest.
That's possible.
Talking about earlier that forgetting your preparation just for one move can, and you just saying also with no back against Levon, you just don't remember a line, you make a move and things can collapse.
Yeah, but also, I mean, you can say so, but sometimes it also depends on the lines. Yeah, I mean, because some lines, like I don't know, this Karpov style of lines that he played, I think that there's not much to. I mean, sometimes even he would get like in some position 2-3 tempos down, but still playable, more or less. Some Queen's Gambit or something like that. But nowadays it's like they're trying also to. Since long, of course, but to smash you even there, like somehow, like with long preparation and with all this computer games, correspondence games, and plenty of onlines and all that stuff. So they're really working hard, all these young players, and they're progressing in Syria. Even though I think that previous generation was stronger, to my mind, but I mean, except Magnus, let's say, let's put it. Yeah, in the other league, but in general, I think that yeah, I mean, with this preparation,
it's actually taken on A2.
But actually, it's a mistake.
What the hell?
The only move we found is a mistake.
Why is the evaluation dropped by so much?
I don't know, some 95s maybe.
Yes, 95 take is very strong. Because you're threatening Rook A1 as well. So then it's very.
But knight B6 maybe.
No, knight takes E5, Bishop B5. I think the other knight you mean, right? To B6, or even this knight.
Yeah, I mean that to B6 maybe to just try to.
But you can't even go knight b6 because rook d8, bishop
Not
d3.
now, I mean,
so
like
the previous
the
move,
previous
okay,
one,
let's see that one.
even though probably it's also mistakes. I mean, e4 somewhere. I don't know. E4 maybe.
Oh, just e4 is
E4
nice,
just
yeah.
wins it. I don't know. This two bishops are also with the rooks, and even if you exchange everything, is also winning. Yeah, so it's like. But okay, I mean, the chance lies in some knight takes e3 somewhere, some tricks, some, crazy sacrifices or something.
Knight e5 looks good enough. Is there
Yeah, seems very forcing. 'Cause,
maybe e4 is strong as well. No, e4 knight b6. Then
Oh,
you need knight
bishop.
e5.
Bishop
Bishop
e5.
e5.
This is hard to find.
Okay, it clears rook a1 a8. That's one aim.
Which is also looking knight 7 5 b6 maybe something.
Well,
Okay.
knight 5
Too
b6.
much.
Rook a1,
a1,
rook takes
d7,
a8, bishop takes
rook
f7,
d8.
rook
Yeah.
b7. but
No,
that
just
looks fine.
rook- rook d7.
d8.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's cleared at that thing.
Yeah.
Just to show everybody at home, you get
Yeah.
No, maybe first rook takes a8, but okay.
No, this is also.
Rook
nice,
takes
huh?
d7, I don't know, bishop takes. Okay. So
Yeah.
bishop
Yeah.
f3, I don't know, but okay.
so many minor.
Bishop f3, then bishop f7.
Yeah,
check,
king
so,
somewhere, I thought, maybe at least. King h7.
Bishop g8
Yeah,
check.
yeah,
Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah, this looks very dominant for white. So it looks like Vincent, even though he played a move that was unexpected, it's clearly in his control. And I think that this is just for Gukesh, he just, bishop c5 instead of knight c5, and the rest
Yeah.
is, you can chalk it up to that one move.
Right.
How's Prague doing against Arjun?
Yeah, but it's funny, bishop e5, I mean, it's like, I don't know, bishop e5. Somehow I have this feeling all the time, like a senior player, from time to time. Because I look at the position, bishop e5. I mean, I wouldn't even consider, to be honest. Bishop takes g7, I would, but
The problem with bishop g7,
bishop. Yeah, I understand the problem.
being another old player, I considered bishop g7, king g7, rook a1, but queen c3 was my problem. I think, okay,
Yeah.
you spotted that
I
as well.
understand, yeah.
So-
But bishop e5 somehow, knight e5 you want to play, because your knight is on f3, you want to play knight e5 somehow,
Right.
I don't know, somehow you're just asking for it, yeah? And bishop e5, yeah.
Maybe knight e5, he didn't want knight e5, bishop e5, knight e3 or something. Though something must be good there, rook e3. Yeah.
I don't know, rook d8, bishop d6. You
Rook
mean
c3,
this.
rook
Bishop
c3, I
d3,
think
rook
it's easy.
a1, rook d8, bishop d3, rook a1 also.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's like, looks bad.
No, I have no idea what was.
No, it's-
No, I think he didn't consider too much knight e5, because I mean that's the difference nowadays. I mean they just consider bishop e5 like, in these positions. No knight e5.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. Kramnik, I think knight e5 without thinking in this position. Probably old Kramnik, new Kramnik, I'm not sure.
New Kramnik h4.
H4, yeah, knight e5. Yeah, because knight e5 looked natural. But okay, I mean it's like let's be fair. I mean they're calculating quite well, and the thing is that probably he calculated this rook a1 really that vicious as. And just thinks like, I mean, he saw bishop g7 and now bishop e5 to play rook a1. Yeah, maybe it's quite logical actually.
I have a question for you too about Vincent Keymer, because I feel like he flies under the radar and suddenly he's 27-20. He won that game against Magnus in the World Cup. He performed silver medalist in the World Rapid Championship. Do you also get the impression that somehow he's, I mean, of course we all acknowledge his strength, but that he just goes under the radar and then continues to have impressive results?
I don't know the age exactly.
18.
Oh, he's old already. It's quite old. For nowadays you have to be like 17, you have to be top 10. And yeah, and I think it was almost always like this.
What's
no?
German for over the hill? Robert.
I wish I knew. How's your German?
Rishi knows, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I know the expression in this case. But anyway.
Yeah, but what is heel first? That's like one by
Berg,
one.
Uber the Berg or something.
Yes.
But is that your impression of Vincent a bit? That he's, there's so much.
No,
media
I was simply
attention- I know.
poking fun, of course. I feel that I was very impressed by his performance in Warsaw, right? That's the one
Yes.
you're referring to. Or was it Kazakhstan last year? No, it was Kazakhstan.
Yes.
Astana. And then his results are very good. He has one or two disasters. I think WR Masters was tough for him, or Vachier, or both. So there was some Vachier.
He lost some end games.
Right. So there were some tough results, but mostly he's just very, very strong, and I think of him as one of the big group. So, of course, without this, he lost to Magnus. Very tough match, and he was probably the closest to eliminating Magnus, because the second game as well, he basically had it in the bag if he had woken up. in the end, he delivers. I think he's going to be around for a long time.
Yeah, but I'm also joking. Yeah, I mean,
No, I know.
He's old, yeah. 18 years old. But obviously,
I mean, I was riffing off that as well. But anyway, yeah. it's not
You're expecting someone. I mean, we're comparing all the time with all the greats, yeah, like of the historically greats, like all this, like Carlsen. I think he was world number 3, maybe at that point. No, 18, around 18. I think Linares. I think he was world number 3, maybe, or something like that.
Yes, or
I think
18
so.
or 19, whatever.
Yeah. So you would expect, generally, I mean, he should hurry up, in general, if he wants to prove himself. And the thing is that, really, I think that greats normally you would consider nowadays, it's like in top 10 around 17, 18 years old. And because then it's hard to say, because you can be world number 3, but you can be just progressing to world number 5, I don't know, for example, or 7, whatever, or 9. Just not so that you don't speak about Gukesh. I'm trying to avoid it by jumping around the rankings. Yeah, and the thing is that that's what you would expect from the player nowadays, from the young generation. But also, I mean, all the people they work differently, and they also chess-wise, I think they progress differently, because it can be that at 20s he will be in his super shape, for example. Vachier, I don't know, Vachier, what was your rating at 18? I mean, in world rankings.
I just become world junior champion at 17, and then I was a grandmaster at 18. So quite a bit behind.
I was behind
the progress of these guys.
probably
I was
Keymer
21. I was 21. I was 21 when I broke into the top 20 even. So
Really?
yes. So somewhere in July 1990, I think I was in the top 20. And then the next rating I was in the top 10.
But the ratings were every 6 months?
It was every 6 months.
Okay.
So there were 2 rating lists in a year, not 12. So
Okay, then I take my words back. Because then Kasparov was the world champion at 22.
Right.
Tal also, or 21 was it?
yes.
22 or 21. Yeah, and then Carlsen was, of course, dominating the field. I mean, since already many years. So generally, if you take that into account, so usually 18, I would say. I don't know. You hope that people are in top 10 in that case.
And
So
I'm going to switch us to Prague's game, because I just, at the corner of my eye, saw the EVL bar go all the way up in his favor here. So they're...
Well, for a start, C4. Why is he allowed?
Is this
that?
queen just trapped on D7?
C4, bishop C6, rook D2 is
yes,
goodbye.
this
So
is just winning.
so let's have a look.
No, but he
C4
will
maybe
play.
F5.
He will play.
C4 F5.
Can you-
I mean, literally,
Can I just do this?
and then bishop G4. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, this is just doomed. Yeah, black is doomed simply. This knight
Yes.
on E8, and it's like, I don't know, like annoying.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
So-
No, but it's really annoying. I don't know. I don't know where to put it actually. Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's not coming back, never. Unless he plays something strange now, but
It looks very direct. I mean, just
Yes.
clean game here.
I mean, C4, bishop C6, queen D7 is probably a winning endgame. Not to mention rook D2, but it's this has gone horribly.
So that means we know that Prague looks like he's well on his way to victory. Keymer looks like he should beat Gukesh, and that leaves us with Vidit in that game against Abdusattorov, and Vidit with the black pieces trying to take down Nodirbek.
But he is clearly better against Nodirbek.
He's clearly better.
Yes.
Should we take a look? Is
Yeah.
that one more?
Because he's going to win this pawn, and then
no, but it also feels strange to play honestly in the field like this. Yeah, with all the guys super young, and I mean. In my times, okay, in Vichy times, of course, like Carlsen was a kid, yeah. Now these guys are kids, but it feels like really strange. Everybody's 27 also, yeah. So it's kind of, I don't know. You are only hearing about this. I mean, me at least. I was only hearing about the talents. Now it's fun in general to play with them in one tournament. Like all together, more or less, they're here. All these stars of, the young stars of nowadays. So it's kind of unusual. Somehow I thought I will always be the youngest player in the field. Didn't manage.
We all grew up at some point, and for Nodirbek, this game looks very bad for him. Just complete dominance of the dark squares for black.
you could take on D4, and there is some compensation, but you feel that it shouldn't last. Rook F8 or something. Because you have this
knight
queen
is
C6, you have knight C4.
He
knight
went
F-
for exactly this, by the way. So
okay.
yes,
Well, was he much worse? Why he went for it? Was it called for? This not.
Well, what else?
The
Because
queen,
knight takes
queen was
d5.
actually hanging.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so black just brought the queen out the way, and then
Yeah. Then it's very natural. Yeah. Because you want to play bishop g2, some h4, h3 or something, and then try to push this d pawn.
But Vision, would you say that white has good chances to hold this game, or would you think that black takes it most of the time?
50-50, I would say 50% chance black wins, 50% chance that some sort of compensation and draw arises.
Was it Gukesh in like the very first game who survived against Nodirbek in some kind of it was exchange down position, where we had you on? There's a rook on the first rank pinning a bishop on f1. I think that was Gukesh against Nodirbek.
Oh, yeah.
So-
That was a great performance.
So
But yeah,
it's-
Nodalbeck will have to do it.
Yeah, roles reversed.
Roles reversed.
Yeah, but now the point is that, I mean, you want to put the bishop on g2 somehow, but the thing is that you also want to avoid rook c8, yeah? So
Yes, so it's doing
and
two things.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's actually the problem for white now. I mean, that's what he's probably thinking about, because either he will move the queen to play bishop g2 and to avoid rook c8 or something like that. I don't know if you can move the queen. Oh yeah, okay, he moved the queen.
Queen d3. So if black plays queen d6, could I go rook c4? The idea rook. Yes, no, then knight takes d5.
Yeah, let's be fair. I mean, the position looks very bad.
Because
Because if I go back, then knight,
Knight
b4.
b4,
And,
the queen is
yeah.
in trouble on d3. So, yeah, this looks very tough for Nodirbek. Of course, he
But
will fight.
okay, I mean, he wants to play bishop g2 and something like queen d6, bishop g2, some h4.
And knight c4, you're saying
Yeah,
next.
h4, knight c4, d6, something practical. Yeah.
But okay, I'll go rook c8.
h3, something.
Uh,
I said all the moves differently, just
yes.
to confuse. Maybe bishop f3, I don't know. Bishop f3, king g2, Carlsen style, I suppose.
Yes.
Maybe rounds under knight d75, but I'm good at guessing bad moves.
You're not very good today at guessing bad moves. You're actually coming up with some good ones.
Yeah.
No, today more or less, today more or less, I played all the good moves and no result. Yeah, that's why. That's what happens. Yeah, when you play normal chess.
You know, be more chaotic, I guess.
Yeah. It should be like in my childhood. I was always getting worse, and like, but to beat me, you had to do it like 8-10 times or something. And otherwise, if you do some mistake, I'm just out and just playing the game. Yes, always like seeking for chances and so on. But yeah, sometimes it also pays off. Yeah, you just go into the defensive and then you strike like Karchnoy.
Oh, this has happened. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's going to Nodalbeck is going to go d6. Probably.
Is there just gonna be a back rank problem with the?
Yeah, but d6. I mean, he just has
Rook
nothing
e1,
to
king
do.
g2. But well, right now I can't avoid d6. I thought is my problem.
Right. So
Still should be bad, but okay. Can you go g6?
knight east.
Rook e7.
Oh, forgot that this knight protects the queening square. Yeah, so just show everybody
He will
that.
go back.
It's a
Yeah, I think he will.
fun blunder. The knight covers the promotion square.
Knight e3 maybe you will go.
Yeah, g6.
Knight e3 something. But then you are not threatening too much to play d7.
Oh, this looks.
Well, you are. Because, might as well put the pawn there. And
Yeah.
so I go
know,
rook
not
e5
direct
with the
win,
idea queen takes b5.
which is probably winning. Yeah.
It's a start.
Looks very challenging for white. I mean, the problem is you're so loose in the position, right? Every pawn is vulnerable, and you don't see how you're gonna promote your own. So it looks like Vidit is.
White can try some tricks on d7. I don't know. Queen c3 then. It's too much. Yeah.
Queen takes b5, queen c3.
yes.
And if rook c5.
I don't know. It's something. No. Cannot do anything yet. Knight c4, rook c4, nothing.
Queen d2 and just
Queen d2.
one more move. And
Yeah, but okay.
But black also, that other rook is.
Yeah, objectively bad,
Cemented.
but practically chances.
Yeah.
Because a lot of tricks, and also this, the king can be attacked somewhere, knight f5 and all these tricks. I mean, before without g6, of course.
Right.
Okay, Arjun is actually. Doesn't have to resign yet.
Okay, so we go to Praggnanandhaa against Arjun. So you're saying Arjun is still.
It's thing, but.
So did it happen? The bishop g4.
No, this looks
Yes,
like
bishop g4, knight
Yeah.
c7 takes.
Oh,
all
knight
this
c7
happened, yeah.
finally.
So the knight did make its way out, and it was
Yeah.
immediately captured. So the knight is free, but unfortunately, an extra exchange for white.
So how should white go about this? Queen e2 maybe? Or even rook e2, just to take that pawn. You can't even defend it. If ef4, I just go rook takes e4 and rook c4.
Yeah, but also this, like, I mean, okay, you cannot say that this is in in Praggnanandhaa style, but because position is completely winning. But in general, I think it's like the type of position that he will win. I think by hand simply.
Yeah.
Just rook e2, rook e4, and like whatever. Maybe some other move actually. I don't know. Even.
That will make the fans very happy.
Well, f5,
Rook
queen
e2 is
e5 is
very
already
easy,
mixed,
rook
yeah,
e2
because
is very
bishop
easy,
d6 or
yeah,
bishop
that's-
c5 e3, but
it's
rook
killing.
e2. Right now you can't even defend that pawn. Yeah, rook e2 is just over.
You played it?
No, I did. I controlled the mouse and made the move, but he probably will make this move and take e4. and-
Yeah, yeah. This once you see it, you go for it. Yeah, rook e2. I mean,
And it looks like, by the way, Vincent Keymer is just completely winning against Gukesh. It looks like the material advantage has transformed. But we'll pull up that game just to maybe catch a little bit of it, where Vincent, with the white pieces, rook, 2 minor pieces for a queen is just
Yes,
too much.
it should be fairly straightforward.
Yeah. So I just wanted to flash that quickly. And should we go back to the Vidit game maybe? Because that
Mhm.
game is,
Still unresolved.
yeah, that's the one with the most
yeah, that's
possibility.
fun. Yeah, rook e1 and king g2.
What about queen c1?
Maybe he wants to go back. I don't know.
What's
Of
the-
course, the problem is rook g1
But
is not
no
really a
mate,
threat.
yeah.
King
No
f3, so I can go knight e7, c6, and actually somewhere there.
Anything, yeah, because no threat.
Sure.
Just, I mean, but
He went
not-
g6, yeah?
97 c6, can you?
He went g6.
He went g6 with rook on e1.
So knight e7 anyway, rook e7
Takes.
works.
So knight 3 can go again? Or
Knight
it's
e3,
too
yes.
much?
And what is the rook doing on e1?
Yeah, I'm not
also
sure. I was
clear.
not sure. That's why
Hmm.
to play with the g6. I thought you have to keep this like rook e5, like we saw, maybe more easy. But because knight e3 now, and what's the?
I'm a bit worried about Vidit's clock. 3 minutes and 25 seconds in this kind of messy position. That's how games turn around completely.
Actually, this is not very. It's not a very big advantage at a practical level, right?
Yeah, especially with this g6. Somehow, sometimes this I don't know some queen c3s. I mean, giving some pawns or something.
Hmm.
Knight g4s. I don't know some mates. Knight d5s.
Prague actually
Fixed.
went rook f1. Oh, he's trying to get rook c1 into the game. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah,
That way he closes it there.
So
he's actually good, no, at technical positions. I think.
Sure.
it hopes with the.
But rook e2
So-
was easier, no? Actually.
Yeah, I thought so. But because actually my idea was rook takes e4 and rook c4 just to swap that.
Yeah. Because it's completely winning probably here. Because I mean, it's just what exchange up without. Yeah, no pawns. Yeah, rook c1. I don't know if takes c5 something. Maybe queen a5 doesn't want to give. No, but still. Rook c1, queen d6 will go in. Or what?
For
You might as well get in the useful move. No? Rook c1, queen d6, fe5, queen
Queen
e5.
e2, queen e2 or something. No, queen e4. Something.
Yes.
Should
Or
be-
even queen e2 here.
Queen c2.
Queen e2 here.
Queen e2 here. Yeah.
And then if rook
Even
d5,
rook
queen
e1.
e4. But rook f1 to e1 rather than rook e2 is more sophisticated
That's
than
too
I can
much,
handle.
that's
Yeah.
too much. But
But
he can
queen
play-
e2 is nice. Queen e2 is just very clean.
Yeah, queen e2 is smooth. Yeah. Just finishes the game. Rook c1 he played, of course.
Queen d6.
Now queen e2. He improves.
Also was, yes.
Oh.
Or rook e1.
No, there's one thing because in the earlier line after queen e2, ef4, queen e4, bishop d6, I thought black's position stabilizes a little bit. Not in a nice way, but
Like
it
yeah,
stops
yeah.
immediate
But okay, this
collapse.
is completely.
But
No, let's be fair. I mean, this is also completely.
Yes.
winning.
so
I
it's-
think the verdict is it's completely winning.
yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. Rook c1 just to gain the open file first, and queen e2 looks fantastic.
Also,
No
he has a
blockade.
lot of time. Yeah. Okay, queen e2 played. Yeah, just queen.
So he'll end on a positive note. Praggnanandhaa, so many fans here for Prague, so they'll be excited to see that, even if it comes at the cost of another Indian prodigy suffering defeat. And we looked at Vincent against Gukesh. That looks winning. So I guess the only question left is, will Vidit be able to take down Abdusattorov? That's the really messy game that we were looking at.
Oh, Arjun has gone queen d5, allowing
Yeah, but okay, it's
takes on
nothing to
d8
do.
or whatever, yeah, but nothing to. I think rook fd1 probably
Take
superior.
take e4.
Or rook cd1, because you get a pass pawn on e5. Rook
Ah.
cd1 is better.
Sadistic. Yeah,
Then rook
d1.
d8, and whichever way you capture f, you
Yeah.
get a pass pawn.
Because
So.
the-
Rook fd1. Classics. Great. Rook takes d8, queen takes e4.
Ah, classic.
Yeah, he takes e4, queen takes e7. I see some tactics today. Completely unnecessary.
Yeah, the queen just dominates the entire
No, but this
board.
is like much.
But rook d8,
messy.
queen d8, queen g4 or something might just be.
Queen g4, yeah.
Rook d8, yeah.
Yeah.
That-
Okay, this is good.
Okay, but that would be a funny finish to the game.
I would play queen e4 Capablanca style. If you see the queen capture, you better go for it. Then.
I like the way we just drag in poor Jose Raul.
Yeah.
Drop him in.
Yeah. We just got this Praggnanandhaa position and showing our master class in this +5.
We're all figuring out which way to win the game.
Like superstars, yeah. Like, okay, Queen G4, Queen E1, Rook E1.
I do feel pretty confident.
Also,
in this
Keymer
game.
is not making any progress.
Keymer is not? Okay, let's go to
It's,
the game between Vincent Keymer and Gukesh.
I mean, he's not made progress for a while. That's usually not a good sign.
Okay, let's pull it up. So
I
Vincent.
didn't think he needed to give that F pawn. Hang on.
But I think that he has to push E6 somewhere. So Rook D6, E6, and Bishop E5, something like
Yes.
this, and then just winning.
It should be
It's
winning.
easier.
Also, I think he wanted to go improve the knight with Knight D4, but his pieces are.
Yeah, but I mean, he has just to find the plan, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, probably he spends some time.
Maybe now Rook D6 and then, as you say, either E6 or Knight D4 and E6, whichever either one.
Yeah,
works.
because it's like then pleasant, yeah? Just Rook D6, E6, Bishop E5. You just have this. I mean, you have this advantage of piece, so they probably should play
Sure.
at some point. And this Rook D7 is coming, so it's. But still, he will have to consider when he goes E6, yeah? Because G5, H5 somewhere. I don't know.
Yes.
Black is certainly lost, but to make progress, you also have to still calculate something. Because also, I mean, it's like it's winning, but sometimes like over the board it looks a bit different, yeah. Because you start to calculate some ghosts. Maybe you don't win like this with E6 or something. Should you give the pawn or not? Probably he wants, you know what? He wants Rook D6, Knight D4, and D6, and just exchange the pawn and then play this position. But probably being too materialistic here is not great. Just have to go E6.
Free up the pieces, getting control of squares, but this one's still clearly in Vincent's favor. I think the Vidit game against Abdusattorov. Let's go to that game because it's getting super messy. Where White's king is out on F3, and if we switch to that one, we see that the advantage isn't that heavily in Black's favor at the moment, and it's almost certainly because there's a pawn on D7.
Yes, but it's like objective, yeah. And the thing is that over the board, yeah, but it doesn't also look so winning for Black. But at the same time, if you go Queen C4, some Rook C1 is coming, so you have to think about.
It's Black's move, right?
It's White's move.
White's move. Okay, he's just taken on B2. Okay. So what are you playing? Rook C4, Rook C8, or what?
I don't know, Rook D6 maybe or something. Can you somewhere? Oh, it's Queen E5 is coming then, maybe.
Rook D6,
Queen E5.
Queen
maybe?
E5.
Yeah, it's unpleasant. Also, you don't want to allow the Rook. I mean, Queen there.
Yes.
Checkmate.
Checks.
Oh,
It's
Boris
doing some pull-ups.
needs some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but instead of Rook D6, what is the move? Rook C4, C8 maybe?
Rook C4, Queen takes B5 is there.
Yeah, some Queen. Queen H5 still is coming.
Yeah, and we get a bonus.
Yeah, so it's a bonus P pawn.
Maybe Queen C4.
But
Also Rook C1 I sold.
That's true.
and I guess White also needs to be careful about this pawn. That's one that if you're not
what's
looking.
the move for White? The thing is that advantage maybe is not so huge, but what to do?
Well, Lord Deerbeck's really working hard at figuring that out.
Rook F4.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, Queen E5 threatens Queen H5 still.
Yeah, but there should be some move here if advantage is not that significant.
Yes.
What is the move? What is the move?
I mean, I think Rook D6 it stayed around this same.
Queen E5?
I don't have the follow-up. I just noting that the Eva bar, he goes Rook D6.
Yeah, Queen E5.
So what's the immediate threat? Just
Okay, they've all dropped a bit. So Queen E5 probably.
if White had a free turn, what's White's next move?
Take on B6.
This not sure.
Just take on B6. So I guess my question is: at some point, can Black just?
Maybe
Knight
maybe it is
C4
A4. Maybe it is A4.
Knight C4 somewhere.
Queen takes B5, Rook takes F6. Yeah.
Yeah, just I mean the point of Nonderbeck now is just to create some mess, yeah. But the thing is that for Vidit, Queen E5 is very natural, no? Like
Yes.
practically Queen H5. You're settling Queen H5 actually or not?
Yes, because
Bishop G4, Knight G4, Knight G4, and like Rook B6 for example.
So just show that. I think Queen H5, Bishop G4.
Knight G4, Knight G4.
Oh, and suddenly White is doing well with the.
Yeah, because as humans, probably our only idea to play Queen E5 is to go Queen H5 somewhere. And if it doesn't work, then I mean, especially when you have 1 minute or something, it's unpleasant when you want Queen H5 and it doesn't win directly.
Vidit's actually down under 2 minutes here, so both players are going to be in heavy time trouble.
Yeah, that's probably is what Vidit is
what about
thinking.
H5 with the idea Knight H7?
Yeah, but H5 is just against
Knight G5.
Generally against all the all the ideas. With
All
Queen
that
E5,
is good,
yeah.
holy.
Queen B5. yeah.
All that is holy and good. Yes.
But you're just going for a checkmate.
Yeah, but H5 is too strong.
So what was the refutation?
It's too much.
It's banned on the grounds that it's too strong. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I've always loved when people say that. I don't know what that stems from.
No,
that
it's
joke.
too much. Yes.
But
I cannot even understand the idea. I mean, it's like knight h7, g5 somewhere. Maybe.
No, I tried 97 e5. It's not working. So I tried 97.
Yeah, h5 because you want to move a pawn somewhere.
No, actually h5 maybe white will play bishop e6 with
King
idea
g7,
h4.
King g7.
Oh, and
H4, stopping knight
Ah, King
g4.
g7, h4. You mean?
No,
second-
but
ah,
then this one is hanging.
he played
A4,
a4, and
okay.
the engine's catching up with him, and yeah, it's approved.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he improved recently.
So rook b6 it is, right?
He went
Knight
knight.
c4. Yeah. Bad moves, I guess.
Queen
well.
takes b5. We thought rook takes thing. Oh, the evaluation
Yes,
has
but,
fallen off a cliff. Hang on.
Yeah.
Queen b5, rook f6, a3 maybe somewhere. That is
Wow.
too much. No, it's too. I mean, it's also too strong.
Is there, rook takes
It's
up.
also too strong.
Let's look for normal moves.
Well, he's down to 50 seconds, so he doesn't have too much time to find the normal but
This is
strong.
good, yeah. But what do you mean 50? Ah,
He's
50?
at 5-0. Yeah, now he's down to about 40 seconds.
For Grischuk, it's just the start of the game.
Yes, sir, exactly.
But actually, what does so is Queen A1? Of course, keeps in touch with the
Queen
knight.
a1 he played or
And
you
Queen
played?
E3. No, he played, and then Queen E3.
He played
so
queen a1 and queen a3, queen e3
Oh.
instantly.
watch out, Queen
Yeah,
E7. So what is
Rook
black?
d1 somewhere and that doesn't work? No. Why not?
Queen
I don't
E7.
Or Queen c3? Knight e3, yeah.
Oof. This is
Rook
very-
d6 and you can only take one of the rooks.
Unfortunate. Why? Queen d8, no? Knight
King
d6?
g7.
Ah, knight d6.
Sorry.
So let's see.
Mate there is or what?
So king g7 I play now. What do you play?
Ah, King g7.
King G7.
Okay, King g7. He will play King g7 pro. Oh my god, knight d7.
Knight d7. Okay, so
And the engine approves.
Desperado.
Oh, with the engine,
No, but
knight
the
takes
engine says
D7.
okay. So bishop d7. What rook d1? Yeah.
Rook-
But rook d1 I have queen e7.
Queen e7, yeah.
So what is the move for bishop d7? Hang
I don't
on.
know. Bishop d7. Why Abdusattorov didn't think on Queen e3? Thinks on knight takes d7.
Okay, so let's see what Vidit replies with, because he did take the knight on D7, of course.
Queen f1. No.
Rook D1.
Rook
But rook d1
d1
is nothing. I go queen e7.
No, but the engine approves. Vidit is playing this
Too strong.
too strong.
Yeah.
But really too strong.
Yes.
I told you.
Wait, is this no? This a pawn isn't getting all the way.
Also after Queen e7.
Or
I
in
don't-
fact, why queen e7? Queen takes b6. Let me collect the pawn.
But why Queen e7 is bad?
Oh, then rook takes d7. Ah, okay.
Right.
So it
Queen
is queen
e7
e7.
played?
Yeah.
Why is it bad?
I have no idea.
We're about to find out if Vidit finds it. But
Rook takes d6.
Queen f d8.
King g7, Queen d1, Queen d6.
Queen d1 takes
Oh.
d6.
Oh my
Oh, that was it.
Maybe,
But-
yeah.
But queen a8.
no, he
Queen a8 also. No.
well,
Too much.
he played Rook F8 and
It
The
also
evaluation
Yeah.
corrected itself.
yeah, it slightly went down a little bit, but still saying
No,
black
no,
is
but very
favored.
strong, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
At least he's not getting mated, yeah.
But now, what? Bishop c6? Or
Now it's not sure, yeah.
Is there
Very
some
bad.
Queen
king,
C3
king
coming?
g2? King g2 maybe.
King g2 is good.
But then rook g1 check and we start again.
Ooh.
So hang on.
93, I don't know. 93 the pawn will promote, yeah.
Take a3 and then.
Yeah, pawn will promote.
This pawn's too strong.
h4 maybe your style.
I just want to update everyone that Praggnanandhaa did in fact win his game against Arjun Erigaisi, so he ends on a high note. But this game is one where Nodirbek down under 53 seconds himself. So
Yeah, now it's dangerous already.
Okay, I think Vincent is cleaning up.
yeah, Vincent also
Because
is gonna-
there is no way. Black has to make a decision on that thing. But anyway, I think we'll stay with this
yeah,
game.
Nodirbek
This
down.
one's the really. This one
Yeah,
could
but
go all
let's
the
find the
three
move,
ways.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not so easy to find the move.
Yeah, he's
For who?
he's,
For I mean, yeah.
he's still thinking. He's down to about 30
Who
seconds.
has the move?
What is White gonna do here?
Yeah, it's 27 seconds also.
Bishop c6.
Probably.
So can I go Queen
Bishop c6
C3?
maybe is the move actually.
Queen c3. King g2.
And do I have like Queen B4 at some point? Or
No,
Rook
but
g6.
rook g6, yeah. Even
Oh,
without
yeah.
rook g6, there's no threat.
yeah. He goes
Bishop
C6.
c6. Okay.
Now it's interesting
Yeah, because
Oh,
because it's lost, yeah.
oh.
Just
It-
a3 is
it-
out.
that was it.
Of course. You can't take this. The same trick that you wanted. This is a check to the
so
king.
that was the problem with
But
this,
what
and
was
now
the
the
move
pawn has
instead of
slipped through.
bishop
So what
c6?
was the pawn move
That's
instead of bishop
interesting.
c6?
Should I cheat?
For Wow.
Bishop E8.
Okay. I think that was too strong.
that is really true stuff.
That was actually not bad, no? I like. What's the idea? What's next?
The only idea I see conceivably, Timur, is bishop takes f7 at
Yeah.
some point.
Yeah,
In some way.
But 95 is there. 95 is
Yeah,
there.
well, we're seeing.
But now, what is it? It's
bishop
over or
e8
it's
is
not?
amazing. Yeah, 95 is coming.
What is
Wow.
going on? Now rook takes d5, a2, and it's over. So Vidit has in fact won.
Yeah.
So wait, so rook d1,
Yes,
and this is
just the start of the game.
yeah, just the start. Yeah, should be, of course, winning for black, but
No, but it's like completely winning. The thing is only time, but okay, time.
He's gone queen d6,
Okay, 40
and after
seconds,
queen
now
a8
queen
check, what
A8.
does he want?
No, nothing. I mean, just
I-
Queen c6.
yeah.
he had no
Okay.
pieces. Eh? Had to move one of the pieces.
Okay, well, without the b
Queen
pawns, then
Actually, I would go queen h1 and
keep the
get
king.
that king out. Because if you go king e2, I can go rook a8,
Mm.
and then you're all
Yeah,
over the place.
but
No?
he
So
played
queen
queen
h1
A8.
check. Oh, come on, queen h1 check.
King e2. Yeah, actually you're right. Yeah,
You should have gone queen c6. No.
No, but just
so where can you gather this pawn because
he had to go. No, king e4 also was not possible.
Maybe queen b8, I don't know.
just defend. I think
Queen
Vidit's down.
d8. Queen d8 he will play with it for sure.
He's down to 10
Yeah, but
seconds.
Vidit will play queen d8. So 100%. Then rook e8, and then like this.
Yeah, rook e8, rook e6, and it's
Yeah,
over.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's really nice. Just defend the pawn active.
No, it's also pleasant with such time when you just stabilize the all the pieces, and then play just some king g7 somewhere. Queen is coming out now. And it's like queen to whatever e7 c5.
You have rook e5.
Oh, it's even going to c5 and sitting there.
Yeah,
So,
it's completely winning. No, it's lost just completely. There's no chance at all.
He
Also,
dominate-
king is bad. Yeah.
Yeah, he dominated the knight. The king is in the
And
middle.
Vincent has gone a pawn up, so now it should be.
Yeah, so
Well,
the-
rook at6, bishop f6 looks like a.
Yeah, because
not
we
exactly in that
we
way. but-
proposed some good lines with e6, but actually somehow he took also the g pawn
Yeah.
without.
So
too
rook
much.
h6 now, and then
Then the point is just not to
Play bishop
to avoid
f6,
the stalemate. Yeah, to avoid the stalemate only.
no, rook h6 and then rook h4 and then bishop f6. I think that should do the trick.
Yeah.
So
yes.
But I think it's like
there must be other ways, but I'm
yeah.
saying rook h6.
Okay, king g7 has to go.
No, in fact, yeah, okay, and then rook h4.
Only queen f5, yeah, or what? Or not?
Okay, so I
Bishop
think
f6.
Vidit is going to convert this now quite handily by winning the b pawn. So he made it easy. And Vincent Keymer, this is the game that Anand and Tim were talking about. With he's still calling against Gukesh, but it looks like it's about to be a check.
Rook h3. I mean, he does the important stuff, yeah, because he avoids all the stalemates.
Yeah, rook h3 was smart because it keeps the h4 square when you want to give a check.
Yeah. But h4 is not so great, yeah, when the rook is on h3. On h8 would be better.
Yeah, maybe
But
you
at
can
the
go there
same
now.
time,
Look how much time they have. They have built up 3 minutes on the clock, but this king.
yeah, but I mean, the only hope for black is the stalemate. of
Wait, no,
course,
but isn't
for
it?
sure.
Isn't it game over? What's the?
Queen f5, let's say.
Isn't it's Black's turn. Okay, I can't see. Queen f5.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm hanging my rook on h6. So what I was obviously want to do is lose the game. Well, I don't.
We can go bishop f6 first to avoid this.
Tragedy.
But then maybe some check with the queen, not possible somewhere.
No, queen f5, bishop f6 is very good.
Yeah, I wanted to sacrifice queen, but not possible.
So wait, now.
Now is also not easy to give the mate.
Now rook h6 is.
Okay, but the problem of white is to give the mate, yeah? It's not to win the game.
So maybe he'll show
King
us.
G7.
When were we having this theme? The point is not to mate.
Oh yeah,
but
when
to,
you see
but
mate,
to
look for
convert
better.
to look for a
Exactly.
pawn ending. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it was Arjun, Vincent against Arjun actually.
Okay.
So it's always Vincent's game where
It's always Vincent.
yeah, you see mate look for better.
Anyway, Vidit has brought it home.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think he played great this part, yeah?
Yeah.
The end of the game. Say 4, a3 was the seconds.
Sure.
This,
Bishop a8, of course, would be great for white, because knight e5 is unpleasant in a practical game with the seconds. Knight e5, bishop takes f7, all this.
oh, you mean
That
back in
bishop
the,
e8 that we didn't see, yeah?
back in
Ah,
the-
that's true. Yeah.
that's
No, by that point
crazy
we had
one.
lost track completely. What is going on?
King
No,
g7 now, what's he thinking?
Rook d6.
Ah, he wants
Rook d6 and it's over.
he goes. Oh,
okay, but
And now rook at
f6, you mean?
rook f6 should be resigns, no?
right, just
Oh, king
King
g4.
g4, yeah, king g4 is the only way. Beautiful, yeah, just dancing around.
This has got to be a checkmate, right?
Yeah, King G3 maybe he will go. I mean, it's like
Yeah, it's a good time to throw that in.
German style.
Excuse me? What does King G3 got to do with Germany? I don't know.
I also don't know, but it looks like this. Yeah, I feel it. I feel this is the move.
German style.
I've told you, yeah? You're joking, but this is real. Yeah? I don't speak German, at maybe A1 level maximum, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now Rook F6, Rook F4, King D3.
Yeah, Rook D4. German style.
King. You wanted King C3, Bishop D2, Knight A1, Rook B4. Okay, King C2 then.
Yeah.
King C2, only move. Why only move? King C3 was also possible. Bishop D2, King C2, there is no Knight A1 because
Yes.
King on G3 German style. Is a bit
So King H2 back now?
not sure, no, it's too much.
Okay.
Maybe you can just take the king, white king to G7 and
just run.
Yeah, but it's positional, yeah? It should be tactical also.
yeah.
Some tactical win. King C3. It's pleasant to play as black. I mean, it's lost, but it's like not too many pieces, so you just move around.
And Vidit has officially.
If he streams like this, everyone else can shut down and go home. I mean, it's just
Not enough pieces, I mean, it's pleasant.
it's completely lost.
I like
but there's so few pieces, it's very pleasant
it's
to
like-
play.
Yeah.
As far as losing positions go, you know.
It's lovely when you have no pieces because then you have no worries. No pieces, no cry.
Yeah, more or less he's finding the best moves now, yeah?
But now Rook D6 and
Queen F5.
E6 check.
Queen F5.
He went German style. So,
Yeah, the problem now is that there is no move anymore.
yes. Is that right?
Yeah, A6 coming. Oh, but Queen B3, I don't know, but too much.
Rook F2 and Rook F3 and collect the pawn.
King C4, Queen B7. Bishop G7.
Yeah, Rook F2, Rook F3. I was to say Vidit did
Yeah,
win
but
that
the thing
game.
is that, I mean, Queen F5, yeah, also not helping you. Because Rook F2 and E6 also. Yeah, it's completely win. No, but this is completely win.
And Gukesh just. He's enjoying it, right? You said.
I mean, not enjoying, but it's unpleasant a bit.
But you said it was losing it, but it was pleasant.
Pleasant to play because all the time you do like the best move.
Maybe I should watch your streams more till the end.
Queen
When it
B3,
gets fun.
I find all the moves. Rook F2.
And here comes E6, just winning this.
Yeah,
pawn.
but now he has the move King C4.
King B4. Oh,
Or
King
King
C4.
C4, I wanted King B4 maybe, yeah. Or King C4 maybe, no? Or B4, I don't know.
Why are we looking at that?
Well, you know, if you guys should feel free to go if you would like, but you know, this is one of those.
No, I'm going to hang in there for the
Good,
end.
good.
No, I can't go now.
Yeah.
Rook F3.
You know, I didn't want you to feel forced to look at a completely winning.
No.
But the pleasant ones are okay.
You know,
Yeah, Rook F3 is just completely winning.
it does feel like this game is. I'm surprised that this one was the last one. I felt like at some point it was just gonna be over.
It's our position.
Knight E4 now.
Bishop G7 he will play.
Knight E4.
Bishop
German
G7.
style.
No, I think German's not Bishop G7 here.
You're probably right.
Bishop H8 even maybe. With Knight takes F7.
Oh,
Bishop D8. Yeah, almost. Almost guessed it right. Bishop D8 is, again, I didn't. It's like Bishop E5. It's not easy to find.
it's true. You're like
But it's
losing,
also winning, yeah.
you're losing sight of the E5 pawn. They went the other direction, but
But I think Gukesh will play on. Wow.
F5.
What the hell? Rook F5, Queen D7?
No, but
No,
EF6,
EF,
EF6,
Queen
Queen
B8,
B8 check,
Rook
Rook F4 check.
Anything wins, yeah.
Yes.
This is unfortunate, yeah, for Gukesh. It's because only one queen left.
He's still trying. The king is going from the back. It's going to come to E3. But after F7,
I don't think there's. I think I might resign.
No, but it's like the age, yeah? It's like 17, you don't resign, you just play till the very end.
And you're getting ready for Blitz. Blitz starts tomorrow. You just never
That's
resign.
right.
And there's the resignation, and Vincent Keymer
Yeah,
does
that's
defeat
completely when it
Gukesh.
goes, yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
Congratulations, clear second.
Thank
Oh,
you
yeah.
very much.
Yeah.
By sitting here.
Oh, well, you do finish clear second.
Professional.
You got to enjoy it. You didn't have to stress about the second place finish. You finish your game.
I
you
didn't honestly stress about the outcome of
Yeah.
today's rounds, but I
This
mean,
was the
generally-
easiest commentary today. I just,
yeah.
Yeah, it
just
takes
left
like-
it to the man.
Yeah.
And that was it. So.
Also, for me, it's like kind of how long was it? 1 hour? No, less. Yeah, 1 hour maybe. Was it?
Bit more than an hour.
Approximately, yeah, because it feels like nothing. Also, pleasant company. I cannot call Vishu now for the streams because the technical doesn't work. It's not only that you would decline, of course, but I mean,
He's going to accept.
yeah.
Well, we do know our final standings here in Michigan Team. Of course, you're welcome to stay or leave, whatever you guys want. But we'll look at the standings as the tournament has come to a close. At least the rapid portion has, and we have a clear winner in Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Timur, you're over here in the commentary booth, but clear second place. And then Prague, Grischuk, and Vidit. So Vidit does end in that tie for third place. And Timur, you've been very complimentary of him in particular.
Of Vishu.
Vidit.
Oh, Vidit. Yeah.
Also Vichy.
No, I'm very thankful to him, to Grischuk, and about Vidit. Yeah, I mean, I think he really improved his chess recently. I mean, he was obviously a very strong player always. I mean, 2700, what to talk about. But I mean, recently he did some progress. I don't know. He's also meditating a lot before the games. I don't know if that really helps because you should generally work chess more, I think, rather than this. But sometimes for many people, they were telling me that meditation also helps a lot with your concentration and focus. I don't remember, Vishy, you was never meditating before the games? I mean, at least visibly.
No, not visibly. No, not like Vidit. I think he's.
Yeah, not like it.
on.
Because, I mean, he didn't do this for I mean, I never saw him doing this.
I think it's been the last few years he's begun doing it, and maybe it's helped him, as you
Last
said.
few years, this is not possible because it was COVID and he didn't play anywhere, probably.
No, but meditating, I'm saying.
Meditating in
Yeah,
general,
yeah.
yes, but I mean, at home it's a different story. You see it like
Yeah.
over the board is a different. So I never saw him meditating like this, which means to me that he's taking chess really seriously nowadays, which also is proven in his results. I mean, if to be serious without any
Yeah.
jokes. And yeah, I think he's working much harder. Also, I don't see him much on the streams, which means that, I mean, contrary to me, when you see me on the streams, it means I'm working chess. When you don't see Vidit, probably he's working chess. And the thing is that, yeah, he really, I think, improved in many aspects of the game. But, of course, to become world's, I don't know, one of the best is still not easy. Yeah.
I can't say anything after that. So I'll leave it there.
Okay.
I'll leave it there.
We'd love to get your thoughts on the performance of the Indian players in the rapid of the Open.
I think was Pragg and Vidit had good recoveries because it's quite bumpy for them. It could have ended worse, but they showed a lot of character at the end. And well, we see it in the finish, third place. Given that the top two places essentially were out of reach at some point, pretty good comeback.
And usually here, Arjun is the one who performs exceptionally well, but it didn't work out for him in the rapid. What do you think went wrong and he needs to switch up for the blitz?
It's hard to say. Also, Gukesh did better than Arjun, but he's probably not satisfied. And you finish with a loss, that doesn't help either. Arjun, a couple of blunders with Grischuk was an obvious one. Maybe there was one more. And he just didn't have that clarity that he usually has. It usually goes a bit smoother for him. When it goes well, it goes smoother. And this time he was just very bumpy.
Yeah, he was struggling in this one, but it's a new day tomorrow and a totally new event, so we know his skills in blitz. And, well, that's a wrap, I guess, for the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid event. But come back tomorrow, same time, same place, for the blitz. And Timur will not be sitting here. He'll be playing 9 games of blitz. But thank you so much, both of you, for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.